Good evening, Stunthangar fans. This is Rusty, as usual, from Stunthangar Control Line Forums. And tonight is Friday, March 8th, 2019. Been a pretty good week. If y'all will give me just a moment to get all of my settings in order. We've got the post already up on the Stunthangar Forum in the At the Bench thread. And I'm waiting for the stop button to appear on the YouTube page so I don't start echoing, and it's not popping up yet. So I'm gonna put it in the background, and if we start hearing ourselves talking in the background, then we'll fix that as it comes. Meanwhile, the chat box is up. I posted a standby message just so if I had to fiddle around in the background any while we were getting started, then you'd know not to bombard me with posts. But now that we're up, feel free to bombard away. And I'll be with you until probably midnight tonight or later if the conversation gets particularly enthusiastic. Friday nights, you never know what's going to happen. So um, we got 7 people watching on YouTube. Hoping some of y'all will come in and visit me. While we're on the chat box subject, I want to remind everybody to um, take a look at the super chat $sign down at the bottom. And if you are able to, click that and donate us a little bit of working around money. That is server money for Sparky and also equipment to keep us up and running and free. And hopefully it'll be forever free. And it gives me a little bit of hobby ching. So appreciate that. And if you don't want to, that's fine. And if you can't, I certainly understand that. But just know it's there. If you get to feeling generous, click on that little $sign and drop us a buck. And we appreciate it. Appreciate all of you guys. We got a good crowd on YouTube over there, and trying to encourage as many of you as possible to get whatever you need if you can to come in here and join us live. And we've picked up a few people. We had 2 new people last week. We had Pat and Dave, and Dave had a microphone problem, so I hope he comes back. We couldn't hear what he was saying very well, and Pat came through loud and clear. Pat was one of the Wichita contingent, of which we've got several. And hey, Jack Snavely, and let's see, says, hey, there were viewers, and oh, Jack Snavely hit us with a super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. In fact, speaking of the super chat, I have accumulated a few bucks in my PayPal account and finally pulled the trigger on that chop saw, 2-inch chop saw that I've been talking about for 2 years now that I wanted for my shop table, and it is on the way. And it it was on sale for $35, and I had a $5 coupon, so got it for $30 and free shipping. So if it burns up while I'm cutting brass tubes for fuel tanks or whatever, then not that big of a loss. And the reviews were pretty good on it. I saw some bad reviews too, and so I saw more good than bad. And for $30, you get what you pay for. And I understand that, and hopefully I'll get a good bit of use out of it before it goes smoky up. And I bought a saw from Harbor Freight a few years back. My mom gave me $100 for my birthday, and I went and bought a scroll saw, 16-inch scroll saw from Central Tools, I think, for $70, and it worked for about 3 years. And then I was cutting the nose ring on the Cardinal, and bang, it quit. There was no smoke, there was no clunk, there was no nothing. It just quit like it was turned off. I have not investigated it because that's ever since then. That was back when my broken hip and all that was limiting my ability to do anything, so I couldn't move it to a place where I could work on it. I pulled one of the brushes out. It looked okay. I put the other one back in. The other one was not as easy to get to. And so I've got a couple of people that said they've got older ones that I can have. So I might take them up on that. And you know, if I can fix this old one, fine. If I can't, then I'll shit can it and go with what I got. Hey, Chris Hornaday. Hey, Chris, glad to see you tonight. Hope you can get on with us live. Hope you got your phone charged up. That's one thing I learned. I went out to the shop and tried to broadcast from there one night. Actually, I can't host a show from there, but I can come on as a guest and broadcast. And my tablet was less than 100%, and the charger could not fill it back up as fast as the video drained it. And so you got to start with a full battery when you join us with a phone or especially a tablet, I guess. But anyway, so we got Gary Sinclair. Thanks for your faithfulness. Well, thank you, Gary. I'd say you're pretty faithful guest. You show up most every night. You and Jack, y'all are the only ones posting right. You and Jack and Chris are the only ones posting right now. So, hey, I'm so glad it's Friday night. And today was a cool day. Well, I had enough. I had enough Monday type stuff happen today too, but it was cool enough to override that. Today, I watched the SpaceX Crew Dragon re-enter and land in the Atlantic Ocean, and I want to tell you what, it is a thing of beauty. That capsule, to look inside of it, it's got 6 seats that are widely placed. Minimalist controls, not a lot of clutter. It's bright white. It looks like an escape pod from the Star Trek Enterprise inside. I mean, welcome to the 21st century. It's a beautiful machine, and it came down flawlessly. To watch the first drogue shoots, I think that's what you call the first small shoots, came out, slowed it down, and then the big shoots, it let them go and let the big shoots out, and it took maddeningly forever for them to fully inflate, but when it did, it dropped right on the bullseye. It was beautiful to watch. And I stayed up till 2 in the morning. When was it? Was it Monday morning, 2 o'clock Monday morning, I think? Maybe it was, I don't know, but it was a few days ago when they launched, and I watched them launch it, and then I missed the docking. I had to watch that on the reruns. And all of this is on the internet. I'll tell you what did piss me off today is I'm in dialysis. I'm captive audience because I can't go anywhere. All I can do is sit there. Well, I got my phone. I got my earphones in with my phone plugged in, and I had my little TV on. We've all got our little individual TVs. And so I had the TV on too, and I don't watch TV news. I don't watch cable news. I swore it off for reasons that I'm not even going to go into right now. They pissed me off too. But today they pissed me off because while I'm watching the live feed on the NASA, I think it's the NASA feed, I was watching it through space.com. And I flipped up onto the news, and I went through NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. All of those are available on their little TV in front of the dialysis chair, and not a single one said a word about the re-entry and recovery of the SpaceX Dragon 2 crew capsule. And later, I saw posted on the internet there were some follow-up reports after the fact, but not a single one of them had the wherewithal to show this happening live. And this is way more important than anything they were showing. On one, they had a boy band playing. On another one, they had a woman in Israel who was part of their women's movement, and some boycott from work they did today. And on another channel, they were talking about Washington politics And on the other channel, I don't even know, but it didn't have anything to do with anything anybody cares about. And journalism these days has gone down the hole. We used to have back when it was broadcast, it was just the big three: NBC, ABC, and CBS. We had journalistic doctrine of honesty, at least that was the face of it, and integrity among journalists to try to be fair, do your backstories, make sure what you're talking about is meaningful and truthful. And none of that nowadays. Now the cable companies don't have to adhere to that old, antiquated broadcast doctrine of honesty. And it's all based on ratings. All they show is stuff that just tears us apart. It's things we have too much of poured through our heads that we don't need to see all day, every day. And that's all I'm going to say about it. It just pisses me off. I'm happy that SpaceX is doing something that's good for everybody. And I truly believe that. And, you know, if you want to argue about it, then yeah, we can talk about it. I'm not going to argue with anybody about it. But I hope y'all feel the same way I do. But if you don't, that's fine too. You know, I'm fine. Everybody's got their opinions. But that was part of my day. And yesterday, I got out in the shop some. I've been able to get out there more and more. The weather's getting a little bit better, and I'm getting way more mobile than I've been in the past 2 years. I don't have any trouble walking out to the shop. I take the cane. I don't even bear down on it. I don't walk that well without it, but I just tap it on. I just touch it to the ground on every step, and I can walk full speed with it. I can, carry things around if I need to. I can put the cane down, walk around and do things. Once I get in the shop, I don't use it. And I find I'm forgetting it around the house. So I went out to the shop yesterday and worked on my little balsa, CNC balsa replica of the Hyper Viper, half A plane. And I was using the TD to mark the footprint with it. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later on, because there's some things I want to see what y'all think about it. For one thing, there's some questions I have about the exhaust and ventilation, and the bladder configuration. So we'll get to that later on tonight. So that's part of what's on my list for tonight. And I also want to remind everybody that comes into the live video. Now, I know they won't see me seeing this because, when they join, I will have already said this, but at least it'll be on the reruns. You guys that come in here on the live video, try to be aware of what's happening in the little film strip down at the bottom where everybody that's in there with us is visible, and look out for people who are holding up something to show to us, or want to get a word in edgewise. Some people aren't as good as busting in, and some people are pretty good at maintaining control, and it automatically gives control to whoever makes the most noise. So just consider it etiquette for the system we're on. That's how it works. Whoever makes the most noise wins, and try to be aware of your fellow guests' need to get a word in edgewise. Okay. And that's all I have to say about that. So anyway, I'm glad it's Friday. I'm looking forward to a pretty good weekend. It's going to be warmer, and I think it's supposed to be spotty rain, but hey, I can deal with spotty rain. If the humidity's up, that doesn't bother me. I can, get out to the shop and work a little bit. As long as it's not pouring down rain, I'll be all right. And I am seriously enjoying a little bit of shop time I've been getting lately. And now that I'm out there, I'll have more stuff to talk about. I've been sitting here for 2 winters just running on empty because I'm not doing anything. And I used to offer a lot of interesting stuff about what I was doing, what I was building, what I was flying, contests. all that stuff. And I just have been going kind of flat lately, but I feel like now that I'm getting back in action, I'll be a more interesting host for y'all. And oh, we got somebody out there. I wonder how long he's been sitting there. That's Mike. Didn't see you pop in. I'm sorry, Mike. Too busy talking. Hey, buddy. Oh, I got to turn my mic on. I got it muted because. Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, hear you fine. I just got here.
Oh, good, good. Sometimes I look over and I'm afraid I've been making you wait a while.
No, I was watching on YouTube there a little bit before because I was getting everything set up. I'm going to be working on some stuff while we're talking. So, heard your little spiel about letting people chime in, and
Yeah,
it can be hard sometimes when they're off tangent and
it is, and everybody
they're
is
going, look at
excited.
me, look at me, you know. So yeah,
Yeah, everybody's excited to get their word in, but that's okay. It's just you just got to be aware of everybody else. You know, you
absolutely.
can't be okay. So what you got going on, bud?
Oh well, we're finishing up. Well, finished up our Pinewood Derby car for
Oh,
tomorrow.
cool, cool. I love the Pinewood Derby. That was one of the most fun things when Al was little.
Yeah, we're Sam's two-time champion running. He's won it the last 2 years. He's won his den and the pack, and we've gone to the regionals. And in the regionals, there's about 150 kids there, and he's finished in the top five the last 2 years.
Yeah, I remember. I think I remember you telling me about it. When we did it, um, we built some really fast cars, and I think we would have locked down, clobbered everybody, um, except that we had a rule, and y'all might have the same rule where once the race starts, the parent cannot touch the car. The kid
Right.
has to hold it and take it up to run. Well, Al always ran everywhere he went, and he was clumsy, and he dropped the car,
Yeah.
and of
No.
course the wheels aren't straight anymore. And
Yeah. No. The rules are they go in an impound after weigh-in. They go into impound, and then the kids bring their car to the track. It races. They pick it up from the track, and then it goes back to impound. They're not allowed to run around with them, and you're not allowed to leave the racing area with them either. So the only time you can put graphite on the wheels is right at check-in.
yeah,
Lube up your wheels. After that, you can't do it in between races. You're not
yeah,
allowed. Just the first time. But I mean, we of course, a couple of years ago when we started doing this, I got online and looked at all the tips and tricks, and we've got it doesn't ever matter what our car looks like. I always use the same principles. The rear wheels are canted, so it's
yeah,
just right on the bare
yeah.
minimum.
Less
The
contact
front wheel
area.
is canted the other way to make it a rail rider, so it hugs the rail. And then we got one wheel off the ground. So we're running a three-wheeled rail rider that runs straight. It's exactly 5 ounces, and we keep all of the weight 1 inch in front of the axle.
Yeah,
That's optimal. There was actually a physicist guy, man, that built like 100 different Pinewood Derby cars, and you can find his um, pretty scientific breakdown of Pinewood Derby on YouTube. There's about a 15-minute YouTube video, and if you watch the whole thing, he did, like I said, he built 100 different cars with the weight in front, the weight all the way in the back, the weight spread out, all the different configurations, and then with the canted wheels and the lifted wheel. And the general consensus was your fastest car is always going to be one with the center of gravity, the center of the mass, right at 1 inch in front of the axle,
yeah.
canted wheels, one wheel up, polished axles, and graphite on the wheels, and nothing else matters. The aerodynamics only contribute to about 0.1% of the
At that
overall.
speed, yeah, they don't have a lot of drag.
Doesn't matter if it's a big block or a wedge or anything like that. Just the here, I'll show you my car, or I said my car, Sam's car.
Yeah, that's a slip. I know
Yeah,
who built
no,
it.
no, he cut the block and he painted it. He painted all the parts. I just tuned his wheels and did everything. But all of that white there, this is the first order cruiser. If any of you guys are Star Wars geeks out there, that's what this is.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what it is.
Yeah, there's a stormtrooper driving there, and that's the first order decal. We just ordered that online. But just a simple wedge. But that is all lead weight that is painted. Okay.
Yeah.
So the ones on the bottom are Pinewood Derby weights. These are some other lead weights, and the red ones are some block weights. And then these are actually fishing sinker. These are half ounce a
Oh,
piece. I just
wow.
kind of put those up there to kind of look like guns.
Yeah.
But this whole thing balances right 1 inch in front of the axle. I know it's going to be a fast car and it's going to be a rail rider, so he'll do well. He'll do good on it.
Do you stack the wheels and rebore the axle holes so that
No,
they're all on the same plane?
or I don't rebore the axle holes. What I do is I put the wheel on a mandrel on the drill press, and then you sand the wheel down as much as you can, get it as thin as you can, and then you sand the outside as well to get the lettering and the weight off of there. And then I chuck up the nails that are on there, the axles. I chuck those up, hit them with a file, and then hit them with some 400, then some 800, and then some 1000 to polish the axles. That's basically it. But interesting, these fishing weights, these bullet weights, you buy these at Bass Pro or any fishing shop. They're a half ounce a piece. This is what I use for tip weight in all my model airplanes, in my combat planes especially, because
Yeah.
you drill a 1/4 inch, just drill a 1/4 inch hole, and that bullet weight just sinks right in there. You put a little dab of epoxy on top, and Bob's your uncle.
That looks cool. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I know it'll be fast. It's I didn't do anything different than the actual design of the weights that were on there, but we always do a wedge, always cant the axles, and then this wheel is actually lifted up off the ground, so it only runs.
Which rail? You ride it so it bumps up against the left rail.
It doesn't matter because you're going to be in a different lane every time. So
Oh, that's true, isn't it? Yeah.
so it doesn't matter. I mean, you want the car to turn 1 inch over 6 feet is the goal. If you roll it on the ground, you just want it to be either hugging. You can set it up either way, where it hugs the center rail or it pushes against the outside rail. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. It doesn't matter. So, but,
Hey, Doug.
we'll be tearing it up tomorrow. What's up, new Facebook friend?
Just hanging out. I see your Pinewood Derby car.
Sam's
That's
Pinewood Derby.
what I meant to say. Yeah.
He cut it and he painted it.
Yeah.
I just glued everything on. I mean, he participated as much as he could. So
My boys weren't in Cub Scouts long enough to advance to that level of activity.
Stam's been doing it since he was a Tiger. I mean,
that's
Yeah,
where
that's
the
what Al was when he started a Tiger.
Tiger, Wolf, Bear, and he's a Weeblo this year. So, and I think this will be his last year. He's going to cross over. He'll be an Arrow of Light next year. So he'll go a half a year with our regular scout troop. And then at Christmas, they cross over and they go into real Boy Scouts because it's Cub Scouts right now.
Right.
Seems like I remember wearing my blue Cub Scout uniform in the 3rd grade. Is that right? And then
third grade, and then in 4th, you're a Weeblo in 4th, and you can get the brown Boy Scout uniform, or you can continue to wear your Cub Scout uniform and just wear a Weeblo neckerchief and slide. So we didn't bother getting him a new shirt yet because he's got all his patches on it from Cub Scouts, man. You want them.
You want to go in full display, yeah.
Yeah, they look good when they got all their little stuff on there.
Regalia.
Yeah.
I was a Cub Scout, then Boy Scout, then later on Explorer, and we didn't do it. We had kind of a lax Explorer group, but the main fun we had in Explorers was we got to usher all of the South Carolina Gamecocks football games at Williams-Brice Stadium. Well, it was Carolina Stadium back then, so got to see all the games, and that was cool. That was I think I was trying to think that was back when George Rogers was playing, but I think I got my years mixed up because I was way older than that when George Rogers was here.
Hey,
But
The guy I live with is an Eagle Scout.
well,
my dad was an Eagle.
He's in the big book.
in the big book.
You know.
Rusty, you're talking about the Gamecocks, man. I burned rubber on my motorcycle over the Gamecock down there in Columbia at the college.
Uh,
You know, they got the big Gamecock on the street.
yeah, yeah, they got that.
Me and some of my buddies were down there riding, and we were on there. We lit them up, man. We were like,
Oh man,
smoked our tires on the Gamecock logo down there.
that'll run you down if I'd seen you doing that.
Oh, there was people screaming and yelling, man. Yeah,
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Hey, some of those guys up in Huntersville that fly RC over there did burnouts on our circles and smoked them all up.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They took their cars out on the paved
yeah,
circle?
yeah. And those pads aren't.
Guys? Are you sure it's RC guys, or did somebody just get in there?
It could be just somebody got in there. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the RC guys, but they like to park up there, and we've noticed a couple of them parking on the pads on the circles, and so my first knee jerk reaction was it was one of them, but I have no proof of that. Could have been anybody, but that anybody would do that pisses me off.
Yeah. Hey, you're not gonna see me here for a minute, but you'll be able to hear me.
Yeah.
Check.
It looks kind of like a skid pad. I'd like to have a skid pad of my own. Go out there and see how tight I could turn. I had my little Mazda P5 that I sold to Wayne. That car would pull. I think it would pull about 0.85 G's, something like that. It was a tight little car. It was a little badass. But Wayne used to drive Porsches and autocross them, and my little P5 was a perfect autocross car. And so when he bought it from me, because he missed his Porsches, it had been years, and he and his daughter wanted a car to scoot around in and be able to snatch around, and it had a nice little setup with a Hurst shifter in it, and nothing special on horsepower, but it was geared really nice. Once you learned the gears in that car, you could make it go really well. It was also an unusual car. You rarely ever see one in this area. If you go up to snow country, I think you'll see more of them. It's got a snowboard rack on the roof, actually. But I didn't have it back in my surfing days where I could have put my surfboard up there. I used to have to cram my surfboard into the car with me and the passengers.
Had to let my dog in. You remember seeing my big old pup?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I always collect pilots. When I go to the store, I look for something that might be a good pilot.
Oh, tested by dogs. I like that car commercial. Yeah. Hang on, let me click on you so the tubers can see you. There you go.
This, I painted him so he looks like he does now.
Woof.
Yeah, he was all black when we got him, and
did you have to paint tone pink?
Yep, had to paint the white on him to match him nowadays.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been up to. Not too much activity, really. Just hanging out. Where'd Mike go?
I'm here.
He's there. He had to disable his camera momentarily. He's probably doing something secret that he doesn't want us to know about.
Yeah, that's it, Rusty.
Yeah.
Yeah, something to speed up that little gravity-powered Pinewood Derby car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So, what's the name of that little RC plane you built?
Ferrari.
The Ferrari. So yeah, Rusty, I'm scrolling through Balsam Model Builders Group on Facebook, and I see the Curari on there, and I look at the tag name, and it's Gus the Plane Builder, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think that's Doug.
Yeah.
I recognize the airplane. So I sent him a friend request, and then he responded.
Yeah.
Why are you Gus the Plane Builder?
When I was a very young kid, my uncle called me Gus instead of Douglas, and
Okay.
and that was a long time ago. It's kind of a long, short story, but years went by, and I stomped my feet, back then and said, "My name's Doug. I'm not Gus,"
Gotcha.
And then when I got my A&P license and went to work, the uniform guy came around and said, "What name do you want on your shirt?" And I said, "Well, my name's Doug." He says, "Yeah. So what do you want your name tag to say?" And I said, "Oh, um, put Gus on there."
Gotcha. Okay.
He said, "Okay." And the reason was within just a few months of me uh, procuring that job, uh, that uncle had passed away. So
All right.
one of those things. And so through my aircraft, uh, full scale aircraft career, I was Gus.
Gotcha. Right
Yeah,
on.
I carry a childhood nickname, or I did for a while, and my dad used to call me Rastus, which I used as a um, forum name when I first started getting into the internet. And later I found out that that was actually somewhat of a racial epithet. So I put that aside.
Rastus and Liza.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
Rastus.
I didn't know it either. It dates way back and it's archaic, but still, I didn't want to offend anybody, so I dropped Rastus.
Well, from the earliest days, I know you from the Cox Engine
Dropped it like a
Forum.
hot chicken wing.
I've always just assumed you were Wreckin' Rusty.
Rockin' Rusty.
I know it's Rockin' Rusty. You straighten me out on that, but I got Wreckin' Rusty in my head. That's just.
Is that really what occurred to you the first time you saw RKN Rusty?
The first time I saw RKN Rusty, because it was a model airplane forum, I was
Right.
like, okay, the guy's got a cool name. He's Wreckin' Rusty.
Yeah, that worked.
Shit.
Yeah,
You know?
I stay true to it. So I wreck everything I build.
So what is it, Rockin' Rusty or what?
Just rocking Rusty is my intention, but I guess wrecking Rusty I'll have to accept. Martin started telling me that.
When I first got on the Cox Engine Forum, I went to your channel, I watched all your YouTube videos of you flying half A by the church and building bladders, and I watched all your stuff for a while, and then I think maybe through Cox Engine Forum is where we might have had our first interaction.
Right.
That we were both going to Huntersville, I believe.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people have come up to me and told me that watching my YouTube kind of inspired them to get back started. And Shug was one of those. He said, "Man, I watched you having fun out there flying and thought, God, I used to do this. I want to have fun like that dude." So he said that kind of helped him get back started in it. I've had several people tell me that. So it makes me feel good that I had an impact on somebody.
Yeah, you impacted something.
Shug said he did that with his
dad.
dad.
Don't call me Reagan Rusty for nothing. Impact. I find it odd that they named a stunt plane Impact.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it means the impact of it's a good flying airplane.
Yeah, right.
The impact it's going to have scores.
Maybe Curari isn't just a made up name. Do you know what it is?
It's a poison, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
It's the poison, I think, and it's also one guy's tag name on Stunthangar.
Yeah, I saw that. It was taken when I was getting in there, but yep, it's a South American Indian poison. They put it on their tips of their arrows and stuff.
What's up, Sparky? What you got going on there, man?
What?
Y'all stepping on each other. Try again.
I said, what's up, Sparky? What are you working on?
My new airplane.
Is that 8-ounce fuselage one?
Was less than that.
Gosh.
That's wow. If that's less than 8 ounces, that's pretty light fuselage.
Yeah. When I managed to build light, the airplane can't be picked up without crunching something. And I have to tell everybody, don't pick it up like that.
Yeah. I was trying to start one of Bob Zambelli's little Musiano Golden Hawks one time, and they're the hollow logs, but Bob had sanded it out inside, so it was just paper thin, and he had to tell me to be careful how I squeezed it back there while I was flipping the prop, because he didn't want me to put my finger through it. I'm glad he warned me. Could have. I tend to be heavy-handed sometimes.
So, Bob, is that a precaution that you need to have? That your planes don't break if you pick them up, they don't squash?
No, they don't. They don't squash.
That's good.
If you ever bid for him, you can test it and see.
Yeah. No, that's just mean. Squeezing, till it just crinkles a little bit and don't tell them. Yeah.
You know, talking about touching people's I don't pick up anybody's airplane unless they offer to let me look at it.
It's like looking at motorcycles. I keep my hands in my pockets when I, look at them. So.
Or if they ask me to pick for them or something like that.
Yeah, stuff's over my.
Where do you want me to grab it?
Yeah.
Yep. It's over my pay grade, man.
I keep remembering that year that Keith Palmer had that beautiful ME-109 out there at Huntersville, and everyone was admiring it, and everybody and their mother kept picking the damn thing up and looking at it, and at the end of the day, he had a punched hole. Somebody put a finger right through the covering on the wing.
Yeah.
That would have pissed me off to no end, man.
I hadn't seen Keith lately. I hope he's okay. He built beautiful stuff.
He was having back issues there for a while.
Who'd you say it was, Mike?
Keith Palmer. He's a North Carolina guy. He's a Huntersville guy. Builds beautiful, beautiful airplanes, man. I mean, he's built some of the nicest. That kit, I think, was one of Brian Malin's kits, the BMJR model, the ME-109. He built this really super nice ME-109 stunner, and he did it scale, and it had a Fox 35 in it. It flew like a dream. It was just beautiful airplane.
He flew that thing in an official flight as his maiden flight that day.
That isn't allowable.
What?
To made an airplane for its first time in front of a judge in a contest.
Well, he did it.
Well, if you want to be a stickler for rules and crap, I'm sure with his level of experience and whatever, it wasn't a problem. But
he's actually a crossover from RC and is fairly new at control line. But
his building experience would have.
There's a rule about
him into, huh? What?
There's a rule.
Yeah, I believe
I'm not familiar with that rule.
What's the rule?
I don't.
Must be test flown and approved airworthy.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that one.
Yeah, I guess that's a reasonable rule. I didn't know about it though.
It's in the general rules.
General rules. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying I don't want to bring down his buzz, or whatever, but that's one of those things. Just one of those things.
We got 19 watching on the tube now.
Holy crap.
I don't know if that number includes us or not. I bet it
does. It does not.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
it's getting tricky to start this show now. They don't give me controls to mute the video on the YouTube page, and they usually appear. Lately, they've been appearing after the fact, so I'd have to hear myself echoing and then go stop.
So there are other
it, but it's
people that don't have
up to
anything
me.
to do on a Friday night, huh?
Show me how many people are in the show now on our video side, and the video link doesn't work in the it didn't work the other night in the stunt hanger at the bench announcement, but just weird stuff. There's something called Google Meeting that we might have as an alternate whenever Hangouts just go away. So I wonder if some of these little changes are just making it difficult on purpose for us to try to get discouraged and find an alternative.
Yeah.
Well, we do have the other alternative, but you're going to have to learn how to use OBS.
Yeah, I know. I might have to buy a new computer to make it work, but I've read forums and other people have less computer than me and theirs works, but I'll figure it out.
Hey, Sparky.
Yeah.
How did the isolated fly-in come out on Sunday there?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but from what I hear, they didn't fly. Too windy, too cold, too windy.
Man, I was watching the weather on that because I was ready to pack up and go. Because I looked, man, that's like 6 hours from me. It's actually a little bit less than going to Huntersville. So I'm going to be watching y'all's contest flyers, and if it's on a weekend I can get there, I'm going to come and join you guys, I think.
Well, were you born a traveling man?
We'll travel for contests. Yeah.
You're born a traveling man? Born in the back of a Greyhound bus?
Make the Dayton contest.
Say again?
Make the Dayton contest.
Oh, the buzzards?
Yep.
When is that?
I'm not sure.
I think isn't that the same weekend as Huntersville?
No, the same weekend as Paducah.
Oh, it's the same weekend. Oh man, dude, I can drive 2 hours to Paducah, or I could drive, 6 to Dayton, 6 or 7.
Oh, maybe it's not the same as Paducah. I think Michigan's the same as Paducah.
Oh, okay. Is it the third weekend in May?
I don't know.
That's when Triple Tree is.
Okay.
Triple Tree's third weekend in May. I think. Let me look at my calendar.
Well, that's third
two
weekend
airplanes for Triple Tree. This one and the other one.
is Detroit combat weekend. But if that's Triple Tree, I'm thinking might try to sneak away for a couple days at Triple Tree this year.
Yeah, Triple Tree's the 17th and 18th.
Yeah,
and they're also having a half-A contest on Friday.
Yeah, that's the Detroit contest. I'll get in a lot of trouble if I don't go home for that one. I would like to go to Triple Tree. You
ever been?
No, I haven't.
You won't miss it if you ever go one time.
Yeah, I know. Man, I even looked on their website and I saw they got, full-scale aircraft in there, and I saw some paraglider guys in there. I thought about bringing my powered paraglider there and doing some ultralight flying there too.
How much does that rig weigh, Mike?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Enough to kill yourself.
The motor in the cage is around 90 pounds less fuel. And then, 6 pounds a gallon on the fuel. But now I've got it on a buggy. I've got it on a cart. And if I had to venture to guess, I'd say it probably weighs 100 pounds.
Huh. That wasn't you I saw in a video running around in the field one time, and it didn't have full control somehow?
No. I mean, I've got a bunch of videos on YouTube and on my Facebook page of me flying in it.
I haven't seen that.
It sounds like me. I got videos that look like that.
Around some video somewhere that some bunch of guys were out in the field and they had a 4-wheeled cart thing that he just glommed together. And
no, mine's not something I just glom together. It's all
that's good. That's
all
good.
store-bought stuff, and it's legal. You know, I don't have a pilot's license, but it's legal. I'm following the rules.
Proud of you, Mike. That's the way to do it. Like, how much does that mean, though? I'm proud of you.
Who's this?
Hey, looky there.
Let's see. That's Pat Mackle. Didn't get to read his name before. Oh, that's Pat from the other night, I think. Hang on just a second. And we got two Pats. We got Pat's place over on the tube, and now we got Pat here in the video with us. Good evening, Mr. Pat.
Hello.
Howdy. Coming in loud and clear.
How's it going this evening, gentlemen?
Excellent. It's Friday night. Fridays are always great.
Well, good deal.
You can go late on Friday.
Stop in and see how things are going.
Yeah, I see your row of floggers hanging up there.
Row what?
Floggers back there hanging on the wall.
Floggers? What's a flogger?
Good answer.
What are you building?
Putting the aileron push rods in the little Ferrari.
Good deal.
I mean, hang on. I hadn't clicked on you yet. Hold it up again.
It's just these little push rods.
Oh, yeah.
And
you use clevises, huh? Is that on the elevator end?
No, this is the aileron ones.
Oh.
And I put a Z-bend in the front on the servo side because I don't want stuff sticking up on the inside of the airplane very high. And the aileron connection thing is
Right. There you go.
are like these things. And so I have a clevis, these golden ones from
those are the best clevises.
That's what I think, because they're dovetailed into the threaded area. They won't pull apart, whatever. So, and then just a Z bend on the other side.
Z bends are good. If you get it right, then you know it'll never be a problem. You just got to get it right the first time.
They got. No, they're adjustable. These are adjustable. There's a screw. I soldered a screw-in doodad on there.
Yeah. I usually I like to do that even with my file link.
They don't have to be perfect the first time. What are you working on, Pat?
Oh, here comes Tryon. Let me let him in.
What are you working on, Pat?
Tonight, paperwork.
Oh, really?
Constant paperwork.
That lady hadn't called me yet.
She didn't?
No. How'd the door turn out?
They said it was okay.
Good.
It's just another day at the office to them.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll call her tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah. Me and Pat had a little discussion this evening. It was good.
Well, good. We'll talk about that at a
more appropriate time.
We got Pat's place out on YouTube talking about, let's see, go back to where he started out. He said he flew 50 years ago and has a Survivor 049 plane that he built and wants to get us to look at a photo when he can get to it and try and ID it. And then he says he flew a Little Wizard and a Little Satan about 1969 and had a Stuntman 23 with a 15 on it, and I asked him. I said, "Damn, a regular stuntman with a 15," and he went back and said maybe it's an 09. And actually, the Stuntman 23 box says 049 to 09, but I can't imagine putting an 09 on Stuntman 23. That sounds like a hell of a
They're a
oversized.
little larger. You know, they're a little larger. It wouldn't hurt it.
Yeah,
And its name gives a clue that it's not a trainer per se.
yeah. The Stuntman 23 is a good plane. And when my nieces wrecked mine to the point to where the fuselage had too many breaks in it to fix, I chopped it so that the stab was an inch behind the main wing, and it turned into one of the funnest slab wing planes I've ever flown. And became my test bed for flying bladders after that. And I ended up, because I had to put a TD on it because it got so heavy that a regular Black Widow wouldn't lift it anymore. So that's when I started using bladders. That Foot 90 Bob from Florida sent me a bunch of gear to get started in bladders. Tom Creasy's on. He says, "Hey guys, be on soon." He's setting his paint booth up. What was it? Who was that?
A new name for a trainer, control line trainer, or any trainer actually. And I'm going to write it down here. It's called a turd for the name of a trainer. And you'll get it.
What?
Turd.
A turd?
Yeah, for a trainer.
Like TURD?
Yeah, you could use E. But
okay. Trainer under repair daily.
yeah.
TURD. Okay.
And if you spell turd with an E, it was trainer enduring repairs daily.
Yeah. Well, it should be spelled with a U. Oh, hang on. Let me let Steve Hines in.
So patent that little phrase for me. That's mine.
Yeah, I spell nerd with a U instead of an E too.
Well, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. Can't do that. Oops, lost my servo.
I used to spell doofus with a U instead of an OO.
Oh, I spelled doofus with D-O-U-G.
Oh, that's a Dougfus.
Come on, you guys.
So what's happening, Trey?
Not much. I'm just I'm doing some homework here, so I just dropped in to say hi, see how you guys doing.
Well, we'll try to give you some background noise. How's school going?
Good. It's very time consuming. It's not hard, but it's very, very time consuming. I mean,
Yeah.
it just eats up your hours after hours.
So you never get a chance to fly anymore?
Last time I went flying was about a month ago or so. I was tired. I just needed a moment of relaxation and stuff like that. So I just took the plane, charged the batteries, went out and just had some.
Even down here, the weather hadn't been great for flying either, Steve.
Excuse my ignorance for a moment here, but are you an exchange student?
No.
Okay. Well, just
No.
wondering. You have a slight accent.
Nah.
Trying originally an Eastern European, now an American.
Good. Good.
No, we haven't flown around here for probably 4 or 5 months. The weather's been terrible.
You're in Wichita, right?
Wichita, well, south of Wichita.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out how many flying days we had last year, and I could only come up with like 15.
Wow.
15.
Well, here in Georgia in particular, I see almost every other day, every week, I can see at least a couple of days where you can definitely go out and have some fun. And really beautiful days. I mean, serious, just you can do some serious flying over there. But, you know,
Wow.
just don't have the time.
Isn't humidity a issue that's kind of hard to deal with down there?
No, it's not.
No, not
Really?
at all. No, not
No?
an issue. No.
I mean, it gets plenty humid in the summer, but it's not terrible. Well, I mean, it makes you sweat a lot, but the engines and planes run fine that way, and Dryan's flying electric stuff anyway. So
Cheater. But
Sorry.
if you want consistent flights when you ever want to, you know, it's not like running those Super Tigers and OSs that are too finicky to run.
Yeah. Well, it's you get advantages and disadvantages with everything. Like my electric likes to fade out towards the end of the flight, and the IC likes to pick up in power, and you get more core and more drive at the end of the flight, depending how you set up the motor. But you know, right now, what I would like to do at school, I'm doing some programming with MATLAB, which is it's programming for mathematics and engineering stuff. So part of the program is that it's compatible with programs that you put in Arduino, for example. And I would like to have a custom program for my flight where I can basically read the accelerometer in a plane, and I know when I'm turning a corner, and have custom programs for each maneuver. So, you know, just fine tune it to, you know, to go crazy on it.
So the accelerometers sense your change in attitude and apply power or remove power accordingly.
Sounds like it goes deeper than that.
Is that right?
But
yes.
Is that what?
Yeah.
That's what you're designing.
I'm not designing it yet, but I'm thinking about just doing something like that. I'm not. I don't have time for it. So, but things that I'm using right now in school are applicable for that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so well, you know, I think that would be neat because it would incorporate what we call the 2-4 brake into or 4-2-4 brake into an electric motor.
Yeah. Well,
they already got that now with the Igor.
Oh, see, that's how far behind I am. Yeah.
I'm using the Igor, and I'm still having a hard time having it to slow down on a down line for some reason. I mean, just like it's too late on it. And I would like to see it more pronounced on a down line. If there would be an additional setting for that, would be ideal. But like, for example, you do outside square and you put the nose down, the motor is just still pretty much running at close to full power, and it only comes off the power when you're just about you turning. But I want before that.
Oh yeah, I would think you would want it as soon as you turn down.
Yes. So the idea I had was to get a custom program for everything, you know. So, for example, you have some common ground on everything, right? So you have a takeoff, and you can program takeoff whichever way you want to do. It's like you want to program it with a nice slow ramp up or a little bit faster ramp up on a motor as you take off, or full power for windy day. I mean, whatever you want to have over there. And maybe when you do the level laps, you want to fly it faster. So it's going to track nicer, right? And after a certain time lapses, so then it's going to slow down to the level lap time that you have programmed, and now you deal with a wing over, and the program would wait for you to start the wing over, which is it has a trigger into it when you pull up, and you have the hard G pull up. So now it knows like to give you full power for so long, you know, then ramp it down for so long, so you can map it out, like exactly what you want to have, right?
Yep, I
And
understand that.
so you do the map for each maneuver, exactly what you want to have. So if you want to use the accelerometer to like in a loops, for example, to read the G-force and cycle the motor based on a pull on the lines, then you can do that, and you're gonna pick up and slow down. Um, um, and when you do squares, you can bypass that software, that piece of the software, where you can have each leg customized. So you have legs that go up, like legs that come down, the horizontal at the bottom and horizontal at the top. So each one of them you can give them exactly what you want to have.
Yeah, how are you going to time that though?
Yeah, is that going to
You
be
make
a
a little bigger, a little
program
smaller.
where you're going to have to
While
fly
you're
it according to what the motor is doing, or will it be able to sense where you are and what you require?
The attitude of the plane, you mean?
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah, you also have double check, you know, redundancies in a redundancy in the system, right? So, for example, you have the 2-level laps, and it's gonna definitely detect that. When it's gonna see the in a vertical plane, when you see the only force is the gravity force on the plane, which is the like you can call it a -1G on it. It knows it flies horizontal, and it flies in that, you know, in that plane for sure, right? So when it goes over there for more than 5 or 6 seconds, now okay, I'm in a level lapse between maneuvers. Now I'm ready to, you know, I'm ready to receive the entry point for the next maneuver. So now if you do the next maneuver is squares, and it knows that it's going to be squares for the next maneuver anyways, right? So as soon as you pull that hard inside the G turn, which pull a lot of G's on it, you know, it's like, okay, I'm going vertical now. And it's all double checking, because it can, right now, if it looks in a vertical plane, it says 0, right? Or approximately 0, right? Because with the nose up in a vertical plane of the plane, you have 0 forces over there. So just it knows it goes straight up. So it already triggers that portion of the program. So it knows it goes straight up, it powers through. And on each corner, you can double check, okay, I'm inverted now. So I'm on top part of my I'm on top part of my square, for example. I have a different RPM. It senses another hard G load, and now it knows that it's coming down. So on this leg, it's gonna whatever you want to program it. So it's gonna be a lot more involved, but probably it's gonna involve some like a laptop or something like that to take with you, and so you have a windy day, you can just program it for a windy day, or you have a nice day.
The airplane is detecting, or the electronics are detecting what the airplane's doing. It's not that you have programmed the motor for every little bit of the flight and you're just hanging on for it to do that.
No, it's kind of both. It's detecting the attitude of the plane. It knows what maneuver it's into, and it knows what program to run for that maneuver. So that's what drives the motor.
Yeah, I'd think, in all fairness, it should be the electronics are detecting the attitude of the airplane.
Yes, that's what I said.
I think I'll just keep using a Fox 35. You lost me 5 minutes ago.
That'll be a hell of a program, because especially a windy day when you got to bias maneuvers and all that kind of stuff, it won't be at the same time, and the wind really. I mean, when we were in Texas, I seen the planes come almost to a complete stop when Samantha was they're flying to the World Championships.
Mm-hmm.
The wind was so hard that when the plane almost come to a stop, them guys would hit the outside square.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
And the thing was doing 180 miles an hour with the wind blowing it, and it come back up, and then it's just stop again. Kind of just, and then bam, they hit down.
Now, wouldn't you like to the motor to completely shut down in that situation?
Yeah, it would be nice on the back, but
Yeah. So you can, if you say on that leg when you hit that down line, right, to go straight down. It says because it's windy outside, you want to have a much more pronounced shutdown of the motor in all the maneuvers. That's kind of common for the windy day, and you may want to have a little extra on the up line, maybe a little extra on the top line or on the top side of the square, right? But and that's where you make your windy program. So, but overall, it's pretty much, it's like, what if you want more drive over the in a vertical aids? You have a draggy plane, you want a more drive through it, fine, or just you really custom it to you're customizing it to the plane itself.
Sounds like to me, man.
Yeah.
Well, constant speed would be the best. If you could really get a constant speed to where everything was exactly the same.
So yeah, I mean, if that's what your goal is, I mean, obviously you can just fly it and see what it does. Well, I want a little bit more on up line to get my constant speed, or a little bit less on a down line, or speed up the down line, whatever. I would like to, heck, for me, what I would like, my preference would be just have a nice authority overhead, and as he comes down past the 45-degree, hit the brakes, go to the 6-second lap time before you pull out that corner, right? So really hit the brakes. It's like, why not? Just let them. You can fly it with your eyes closed. You can read the book at the same time.
Well, what I'm saying is that when you come to the up, if you like this part of the maneuver for speed, then this part of the maneuver should be okay also for speed. And this part of the maneuver for speed, they're all the same size.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if it's not going too fast for this one, then it can't be going too fast for that one, or it can't be going too fast for this one.
So for you, like you like to use your timing to because you like to use your timing to fly the maneuvers. You go like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, and again 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of like what Bob Hunt was talking about, getting your rhythm and stuff.
It's not so much really rhythm; it's how much handle you got to put in. Because the faster you're getting going, the more the more sensitive your controls are. You get going too slow and you get real mushy on controls.
Yeah.
So
but that's a philosophy of that's also a philosophy on how you set up your plane. If you have a very nose heavy plane, yes, it's going to do that, and will require that. That's absolutely right. But then you have to think about this other factor. The more speed you have, the more inertia you have on your plane.
Right.
And the more inertia you have on a plane, what that basically means, and I'm going to say that because I'm not sure if everybody knows it, but it's harder to turn. Exactly. So as you move slower, it's easier to turn. So you may lose some lift from your controls, but you also lose a lot of inertia, right? And that's proportional with the square of the velocity. So even
so everything is changing all the time, and
exactly.
I believe the more constant something is. So if this corner turns at a certain rate, and that one turns at a certain rate, and that one turns at a certain, then you're guessing. But if they all turned at the same rate, you'd know exactly how much handle to put into it. And the less stuff you give your brain to do, the better off you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I say that. Yeah. I kind of
for shooting. If when we shot trap, everything was you wanted to move at the same speed. You didn't want, hey, this one I'm going to go this fast, and this one I'm going to go this fast. And we shot doubles. It was bang, bang. Everything was the same. We didn't try to shoot this one quick and that one slow. If we found out the best shooters shoot everything exactly the same. The brain, timing in the brain and stuff is what's really,
yeah.
You can't reprogram it. Now, regular computer can do that. You know, if you have a computer flying it, it could automatically know where to shoot stuff because it works so much faster than reflexes.
And that's kind of what I feel like that's what it would be heading to, is the computer flying it and you're just hanging on.
No, it's not that. It's just the only thing it does is just it regulates the motor throttle. It's like having an automatic throttle on it.
Right.
So you have a 2/4 brake on your regular motor, right? Where you can set it up to whatever you want to have. So that's kind of us using the 2/4 brake through electronics. So.
Yeah, that's a good project, man. That is a good.
What's the main advantage of going to electric over IC engines?
Idiot proof.
Now,
it's idiot proof.
You can have a lot of problems consistently. You can be more consistent with electric.
Yeah, it's every time is the same. There's no question about, no cold weather issues, no hot weather issues, no altitude issues, no. I mean, shit, you can run the electric in outer space. It's gonna run for you. It's not gonna fly, but it's gonna run. So you don't really care about that. I mean, it's just very, very consistent. It's like the down part of it is that now you need the batteries and you need some kind of a field charging capability if you want to put flight after flight after flight. So that's. But you know, if you look at the overall price of it, you know, it's just relatively inexpensive, and it's about the same with the increased cost on a gallon of gas right nowadays. You know, it offsets the battery cost quite easily. It's bulletproof, reliable.
You know, our oil industry, so you know, electric's the way to go. Have solar powered or wind powered control planes.
I really doubt that, because wind power will never produce enough electricity to cover for what our needs are.
Even if you build them the same, if you cover them the same and all, or you don't have to worry about fuel proofing or anything like that, do you?
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, we have to worry about joints there's no vibration, so it's a deal to where it doesn't shake itself apart. It's nice on that. The big thing was, Samantha and I were talking about this last Sunday. She got home from work, and you know, we come to the conclusion, if the stuff for electric would have been out when she first started flying, how much better she would have been. We're always trying to come up with engine runs and stuff like this, and she wasn't big enough to fly a 60 size airplane. There for a while, 40 size was as, you know, she weighed 70 some pounds trying to fly, you know, a damn 60-ounce airplane. She couldn't do it. So we're all chasing engine setups and all that kind of stuff to where we got a nice Vector with a pipe run. But, you know, we tried to do a Legacy 40 on a pipe, and that ended up going in the first flight. But besides that, it would have been so much easier to get the right size plane for her with the right size motor, all that kind of stuff. And that would have been the big thing with electric.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to get on full size with pipes and all this, you can get them flying pretty close, you know. I've seen, you know, Billy fly a pipe, Chris Rudd, you know, they still doing gas. I mean, he flew Samantha's airplane, you know, the way he had his running, it, you know, it flew just as good as his or whatever. But
we're
getting that one, I think it's a whole lot easier on electric. You know, we were going out every, you know, at the end, every single day, hit the starter button, off it went. It flew just like when we put it away. There was no, put the first flight up, oh, it's flying too fast. Try to wrenching it up a little bit. Oh, it's too slow. Okay,
Yeah.
now we got the richness. Oh shit, we don't have no time. We got to go home.
Yeah.
You know, so it was a nice deal to where you take 4 batteries, you put in 4 flights. If she got home from work and we only had 45 minutes, we could get 4 flights in. Go to the field, run out the lines, bang, put in 4 flights, have everything back up when it's, you know, in the car before it was completely dark. So it was nice in that respect. But we'd have had everything from the get-go, you know, she'd have been a lot further along in the long run.
And I can say the same thing for myself. So much, even with the best motors out there, you still have, you know, bad motor runs. And usually the bigger the motor, the easier, the more consistent it is. But it's, you know, just even with those, you have issues. But especially, Steve, like you're saying, you go to a 40 size motor and trying to get it to run consistently every time, especially through changes in atmospheric pressure and all that good stuff. Maybe the fuel it's a little different. Maybe, you know, things happen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just you're just asking for it.
Well, it was like going to Brodak. That's a 7.5 hour drive for us, plus all the money. And we'd have everything running good here. Get to Brodak, and my God, you're playing with the motors, overruns. Everybody has overruns. I don't know what it is about Brodak, but fuel, you just get better fuel mileage in Pennsylvania. And there goes a flight. Your first flight's gone because you went, you know, that one time we went 8 minutes, 2 seconds. Bang.
Oh, DQ'd.
Yep. And I mean, and I'm thinking to myself, I got a damn $1,000 motel bill and all the gas and all the food and all this kind of shit, and we just throw away flights here. And it used to really piss me off.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, talking about overruns, it was either last year or the year before at not Brodax, at Huntersville. Will Davis was judging me and timing me, and he actually posted a picture off his phone, a screenshot. I was 7.59.99.
Yeah. Boy, he knew right when to push the button.
He was timing on his smartphone. So when he shut that thing off, because I was sure I overran. I was like, I overran, right? And he's like, come here, man. You're not going to believe this. I've had some close, but I've never had one this close. 7.5999
Right.
was what it was.
I think that's your record to keep. Nobody's going to be that.
He said he's had 6.59s before, you know, but 1/100th of a second from being an overrun.
Mm.
Well, what it was too is that when Samantha landed her airplane there at Brodak, she actually landed it on the takeoff pad, so that son of a bitch rolled that whole. And that's where if she'd have landed it in the damn grass, it stopped rolling, and we would made it under 8 minutes.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean there. Yeah.
Did Sparky leave already?
Yeah, I seen his airplane there. I didn't see him, and then he was just gone.
Okay.
I didn't see him go. I'm trying to copy.
Rusty was going to ask him if he had his script ready for his control line movie that he's going to be shooting this summer. He said he's going to use that fancy new camera and make a control line movie. And he had asked if Sam would participate in that, Samuel. So I need Sam's script, man, so I can get him ready if he has lines in the movie.
I had a question for you guys for cock stuff. What is that little tit there for? Sticking out in that thing.
What's a what?
It's like a little tit.
It's a pressure. It's for running crankcase.
Pressure.
Oh, right. Yeah, you have to drill through that with the number 64 drill bit through the plastic and through the metal case that's underneath there, and that's your pressure fitting. Unless you go to a screw backplate one with a tap on it, like a muffler.
Yeah, that's pulse pressure too. It's hard to keep a line stuck on that nipple.
Yeah, it's tapered. It's got a draft angle, and it won't.
Oh, okay.
The lines won't stay on, and it doesn't work well. If you want to run crankcase pressure on it, either get a back plate that has a nipple on it already, or put one on yourself.
Oh, okay.
But don't use that one. Yeah, the lines won't stay on, and they don't run that well anyway. Just put a different needle in it and run the freaking thing on a bladder, man, and be done with it, man. What do you got there?
Samantha's second airplane.
Still alive. That looks like an Acromaster.
Yeah.
It's still alive.
Can you see? She actually put the silk on that at 11 years old.
Okay.
There to go.
Built it without flaps, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, we didn't know that you could piece it, and we played and played till we got one sheet and covered all the sides. She got all that on there.
Are you planning on putting an 051 on that or something?
That 15.
Oh, a 15. Is that what you were holding up? Was it 15?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay. I thought it was a TD 051 or something.
We were so green at this, so we build the airplane to the plane and then try to find an engine that will fit in that. Hell of a time. We got
Who's beeping?
Who is that?
I'm gonna have to go in the other room to figure this out.
Who's smoking? Who's smoking by their smoke detector?
I'll wait till Doug gets back. I've got a couple of pictures.
Charge this little battery.
A couple of pictures.
This job.
I've got a couple of pictures that Pat's displayed, and I'm going to display them. He wants us to see if we can tell him what kind of planes they are, but I'm going to wait until Doug comes back. Yeah. Oh, Doug's back.
Lay them on us. Let's find out.
Okay, here they come in just a second. Let me get my screen share application window. Okay, here comes the first one. And let me click on my thumbnail so that it'll share to everybody.
That's a 049.
Is that the name of the plane?
Well, no, I think he's asking the name of the plane, Steve.
It's a half A.
Yeah.
But he wants to know the name of the plane.
Looks like a homie job. Just looks whatever somebody whipped up.
Yeah, scratch built. Don't recognize it. Looks good though.
Yeah, yep. I got another picture of it here. Let me get back to my program, and yeah, there's a side view of it.
Almost.
I don't know. It looks like a nice plane, but I do not.
Flight streak.
No, not a flight streak.
Well, a modified one. Tail with a ringmaster canopy and
Skyray tail almost.
Yeah, it's a modified
tail. The wing actually looks like a galaxy wing or a lightning streak wing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? That might be a lightning streak.
No, it's not. The rudder and elevator is all wrong.
Like I said, a modified one.
Yeah.
Yep. What else?
That's all I got.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I got today? A space bug.
Oh, space bug.
Cool. Yep.
How does it fly, Rusty? Ask him how it flies.
Okay. Let me get
just the engine.
Chat box back up.
Where did he acquire it? Was it a swap meet deal, or somebody gave it to him, or
no?
Yeah,
something I had
Pat's
a long time
not
ago.
You, Doug. Rusty.
Hey, Pat's Place. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the history of it? He says it's a kit. He built it, and he said he can't remember he said he'd remember the name if he heard it, let's see, it hadn't seen cock seal or a set of lines since 69 or 70.
Oh,
and
wow.
So it's been sitting around a long time, but heck, it's in pretty good shape. It looks like probably I'll loosen up the engine and go out and give it a shot.
Yeah, I say fly it. Still looks like it's in good shape.
Hey, what was that? Was it a Peacemaker that had that weird tail like that? Could that be a little half-A profile Peacemaker?
Oh, that
might be in the right neighborhood, Steve.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Steve.
I think so too.
See, it does look Peacemaker-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the forward canopy.
That canopy, and I'm like, damn, that's off a Flight Streak.
Yeah.
And you know, that Peacemaker has like a Flight Streak canopy.
How about
and there's the Lightning Streak and there's the Peacemaker, and they're all related.
You know what that tail reminds me of now? It looks like it could be a half-A profile Barnstormer.
Oh yeah,
that rudder looks like
that's
a
probably what it is.
Rudder.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just remembering stuff here.
Yeah, I was looking
looks right.
What tails were like that? The Barnstormer, the Peacemaker.
Yeah.
And the big old tails, the big rudders like that.
Yeah. Yeah, fire it up. Go fly it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says he's pretty sure it's warped a little, but hell, half-A plane isn't. You know, you can put a trim tab on it or take a heat gun and try to straighten it out a little bit.
Yeah. I've never been to monocoat a half-A wing and get it straight. They all turn out like propellers.
Yeah.
They're always like that. I have better luck with silk span and dope on a half-A.
Yeah.
Because you can control, you know.
We were talking, you know, with this airplane here, but we were talking about dope, non-shrink dope, non-tautening to tautening. Why? That's tautening dope, SIG dope. That thing is what now? 7 years old? Yeah, 7 years old. But this one didn't shrink or crack or anything. Hey, look who's there with Dad.
Oh, hey. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, Steve. Keep talking.
But I was wondering why that one didn't shrink and crack and all these other ones did when we used the same dope. It's just crazy. If we got paint on it quicker or something and didn't leave it just in the clear or what?
Was it all thin the same?
Yeah, same thinner, you know. Basically, it was 50-50 how everybody said to do it. And that was the second airplane we did. The first one with a build-up wing.
What year was that built, Steve?
You start
on
your first few coats of dope. If you thin it down a lot more so it soaks into the wood, let's just say start out maybe 60-40, 70-30, something like that, you probably won't have those issues. Because I used to do that years ago, put on thick coats of dope, and it would just crack. And then I started thinning it out, and then I never had a cracked airplane after that since.
Yeah, because it's so weird because it's in the same basement, same everything. And all these other ones just cracked and everything else. And this one is just as pretty as can be, you know.
Is it butyrate or nitrate?
Butyrate.
Well, that's, yeah. I always build with nitrate anyway. Never had a problem.
Yeah. We never had a problem, and then we had all these problems. And I watched a Wendy video, and I call it crazing, where the paint just kind of crinkle finish. And Wendy on his video said that's caused from nitrate. And I don't know if I was thinning my top coat or whatever too much, and the butyrate, nitrate were mixing or whatever, but that thing would just, we get spots all over. We end up sanding it back out, redoing it. We had a hell of a time. Once I went away from using nitrate, I've never had a problem with paint again. But there's something I don't do right when I use nitrate. I tried both SIG and Randon. Had the problem with, same thing with both of them.
Huh. Wow.
So I don't know if I don't get enough butyrate over top the nitrate or something, or what the deal is, and then the two mix somehow, and but it just reacts like crazy.
I got
I've
a
always
trivia question for you guys. You remember how in World War I they used nitrate dope on the airplanes, and if they were shot up and caught on fire, the pilots had a couple of options. You know, jump out, and they didn't have parachutes really, or shoot themselves.
What I've always done for the last several years, Steve, is I've always built with nitrate. I've never went to a butyrate just because I didn't need the fuel proofing, because after I got the airplane built, I got it inked out, I got decals or whatever you want to do it. I use a 2-part clear and go over the whole thing, and
Okay.
I've never had a problem.
Yeah, see,
I've
got
an Aerie sitting right there that I'm waiting for that to do that.
Is that a urethane that you use, that 2-part clear? Is that urethane?
Yeah, yeah. And in the last 5 airplanes, believe it or not, I switched. I put the gun down and went to some of that 2K Spray Max.
Yeah.
And I know it's expensive, but man, it's the stuff. I mean, and it doesn't add very much weight to you don't have to load up the airplane. You just have to get it tacked off good. And before you start shooting, you put a couple dry coats on to seal all your ink marks or the whole airplane, and then lay a wet coat on after that. Let it sit for maybe a month, buff it out, and it's a pretty nice airplane.
Yeah, back in the day, we always used either dope, it didn't matter, nitrate, everything, but we always used Imron over everything.
That's
so
heavy.
Huh?
That's heavy. I found those automotive clears just get so heavy so quick.
Yeah, Imron was fairly light, but I guess it was deadly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's probably why my liver's gone now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they keep asking me, how much I drink, how much do you drink, how much you drink, Like, I quit drinking in 1988, but who knows? Well, I worked in the chemical factory for 16 years, and all the shit I did, it probably just did my liver in. But
well, anytime I'm spraying anything, I've always wear a respirator with an exhaust fan, and I haven't had any problems, knock on wood, so far. But
that's a good thing to do there, buddy.
Yeah. Like last year before I got so sick, we finished Samantha's airplane, but I guess it's just because my liver's given up the ghost, and because it never affected me before. But I couldn't figure out what, because we had respirators and everything else, but I mean, just a little bit of anything now with thinner and stuff, and it just really makes me sick. But
I got one for you. Have you seen these guys down at the border, the immigrant people that are coming in, and they're issued these little paper masks because they're bringing in diseases and crap? Well, they're putting these masks over their faces, and they're covering up their nose, and their mouth is wide open, or they're covering up their mouth and their nose is wide open. Like, crying out loud, these people are idiots. And then they don't pinch that little metal bar to go around their nose. My gosh.
I think
even if they were good about it and do everything perfectly right on those masks, they are just worthless to begin with.
They don't do much.
I was in the Air Force in a bioenvironmental engineering office, and part of my job part of my job was to test masks before we were fitting the mask on the people that were working in our painting booth and stuff like that. So what we had a machine that was counting the particles inside the mask and was comparing it to what was outside the mask. And we had a certain number that we wanted to reach to make sure that it seals well.
Yeah.
Well, we had one little mask that had one of these masks, right? And guess what? It's a placebo. It doesn't do shit anyway.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
worthless. The only thing it does is stops you from if you are sneezing or if you are sneezing, so your projectiles that come out of your mouth or nose don't go too far. That's about it. That's the only thing they do. They are not a respirator.
He's in the Air Force right now, and that's his chosen career path. And that's funny. I haven't heard anybody else say that.
Well, what's crazy is that you can go on vacation into Mexico and you don't wear a mask. But if they come here, they got to wear a mask.
Of course, yeah.
Guys, why are we talking about this crap, man?
Huh?
It's model airplane related.
Yeah. Why are we talking about Mexicans wearing masks? I mean, come on, man. Let's get back on track here and talk about some airplane shit. And I got some airplane shit to talk about.
Did you fly those things?
Yeah, I do too.
Try and still rain, and when it hasn't rained, it's been 20 degrees. So, no, I am still breaking in the 61, 65 is ready to fly. Some of you guys may remember me telling you to check out the Northwest Flying Lines site because Mike Hazel was selling a bunch of stuff. He goes by Zoot Zoomer, and he's the guy I bought the jet kits off of. But if you get a chance, check out the Northwest Flying Lines site and go into the Flying Flea Market. He still has a ton of stuff for sale. He's got all kinds of old speed stuff. He's got engine parts and props and a few kits. I'm on my third order with him already. But just for example, picked up a couple of spray bars for like $3 a piece. These are for the OS motors. Got a nice OS needle, new in package, $10 for that, and 3 or 4 of the Hobby Fastener Super Tiger. These are Super Tiger, just the needle only, but they were $2.50 a piece, just spare. But Mike Hazel, he's got all kinds of stuff on there, and if you take the time to read the engine list and the parts list and the muffler list and the props list, the needle valve and venturi list. He's got speed pans on there. Mike's an old speed guy and an old jet guy, but he does have a lot of engine-related stuff that if you take the time to read the list, you might find some goodies in there that you need. So.
Okay.
Did you know that at the Nats a while ago at the Nats they offered this class to fly half A at the Nats?
They did.
Yeah.
Really?
I was the first one to win half A at the Nats.
When and how many years did they do it, and when did they stop it?
I have no clue.
Well, what year did you fly it?
That was in 90-something, 98 or so.
98. Half A stunt or a speed event?
No, half A stunt.
Half A stunt. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I built a custom job for that, and it was powered by a Norvell 049, and it was an I-beam full body fuselage plane. It was just a little piece of jewelry, half A size. It was just really cool. Man, that thing could fly.
Everybody's hot right now for Brodak's half A stunt. That's what we've all been talking about. They're gonna
I know, yeah.
Brodak's, and I guess Rusty, you said they're gonna do it at Triple Tree too.
They are.
So
yeah.
Everybody's been doing everything half A wise.
And we're also going to have a contest at our half A day in Huntersville this fall.
Okay. I don't know if you've been on Try-In, but this is my half A stunner right here that I'm building for Brodak's, and it'll be run on a either a Norville AME, a VA, or a Profi on a bladder.
Heck, put the Profi on it with a low pitch prop, and you're gonna be just bulletproof.
Yeah.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Oh, it's basically a combat job, right?
Well, yeah, it's a foam wing, but you know, profile stunner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, got it. That's cool. We'll get the job done.
It'll have landing gear on it. We have the local club is having an RC swap meet next Saturday, a week from tomorrow. So I'll be looking for some either some carbon fiber or some aluminum gear to put on it, which I'll be able to find like no problem. There's a lot of the electric, like the Speed 400 size electric RC planes have great profile gear on them, and you can always find guys with crashed airplanes or boxes full of junk. So it will have landing gear on it, and then of course it's set up for a bladder. That's the bladder compartment there.
You could probably get one of those pieces of carbon fiber blade and just put a single wheel under the fuselage, and that's it.
Well, I'm probably gonna need the weight up front, because even with the engine on it right now, it's still tail heavy. So I'll do a 2-piece landing gear.
Okay, then in that case, yeah.
I might do depending on. I may do light wheels if it balances right. But if they're not light wheels, I'll do like, 1.5 or 1.75 Dubro rubber wheels for the weight, just to get it to balance a little bit. It's still a work in progress. Actually, I'm going to be putting the second coat of dope on the fuselage tonight while we're talking. So, and then it'll be done. It'll be ready to the bell crank and push rod. All that stuff's already made up and ready to install. I just need to get another coat of dope on it and find some landing gear at the swap meet. But yeah, big wing area, lots of wing. And if I need to, I can cut the wing off and just retip it again, put another cap or cut it. I'm going to fly it with the most powerful half A I have, and then see what I need to do to trim it out and get it to go.
You're going to put the 4 on it?
What's that?
Are you going to put the 4 on it?
I don't know, not a 4. If I end up with my hottest motor, it'll be a Profi.
Oh, the Profi.
Profi 049. Yeah. Yeah, but I've got a VA. I've got an old VA with a Nelson head on it, which this is a pretty stout motor. This is a pretty smoking 049. But I'm going to try it with the Norville 061 first. That'll be the first choice. The VA will be the second choice. And if neither of those have the power I need, I'll put the Profi on it, because that thing will spin 35,000 RPM, and it'll fly this airplane. I did test run the VA. I was getting 25,000 out of the VA on a 5 1/4 inch prop on the bench. The Norville, I was only getting about 23,000 with a 5 1/4 inch prop. But the Profi will spin up 34,000 no problem with a 5-inch prop. So we'll see. I got 3 different engines, and they'll all just plug in, man. Same size motor mount and everything. We'll see what happens. Just got to get out and test fly it.
Oh, when you guys were saying that, like Magnum and whoever made them, that company's out of business, I went to Horizon and bought some piston cylinders for my 36 and wrist pin. But what I really liked was my wrist pin clips. Everybody see that?
Kind of.
All I can see is the glare off the bag.
They must be invisible.
Yeah, I know what they are. What engine is that for?
For the Evolution 36.
That has wrist pin clips in it for the piston pin?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm selling mine. Then I'm not dealing with those. A lot of the old Fox engines had circlips in them for the piston pins.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about, Steve?
Plugs.
Most all of them do. How else do you keep your wrist pin in?
Well, the OSs just have they have a Teflon.
Yeah, because they spin the they spin the exhaust. They have that little exhaust that comes out at a funny angle.
Yeah.
That's the reason why that's like that, because otherwise that little plastic thing would go into one of your transfer ports or whatever.
Well, yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Your PA's got clips on it too.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wasn't a big fan of them, man. After I had a couple of Mark IVs where the circlip broke, and then it scored the piston and liner. You know what I mean? And I sent them off to Jimmy Welch in Virginia, and he straightened me out. He put some new ones in there and was able to hone the piston and liner and fix it. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of those things, man.
Yeah, the only motors that don't have them are the FPs and the LAs.
I had no idea, man.
Yeah, if you look at the exhaust, that's why that exhaust is turned.
Okay.
So that they can run them pads in there.
No kidding.
Every other motor's got clips.
Well, there you go. I just learned something. Thanks.
Yeah.
I got an Evo 36 for sale, man. $100, brand new in the box.
I got two extra liners though. But you got the stunt one or the regular 36?
No, I bought the control line version. It's got like 3 Venturis and
oh, okay.
You know,
the blue one.
Yeah, the blue one. I bought it like 3 years ago, I think, back when everybody was talking about them.
Yeah, I got 2 of those. One of them came on a guy's TT19 Hangar 9 job.
That was the earlier version of that, though, wasn't it? Didn't it get better after that? Didn't they make some changes to Evo after it came out in that combo?
No.
I don't know. But mine
ran
good.
That motor runs great.
Does it?
Yeah. All you got to do is cut back on the caster, and that son of a bitch will purr like you can't believe. It's probably the best running stunt motor I got.
What?
Your Evo?
Yep.
Evo?
Yeah, that Evo 36.
Well, maybe I'll keep it then. I don't know.
The thing mine was really good. It started on the first flip, and
you take the smallest Venturi, Mike.
One at a time.
You take the smallest Venturi, okay, and then you get an OS needle valve, like out of a 20 or a 25. You know how they screw into
the carburetor.
Undo that and screw that right into the Venturi on that Evo.
All right, hang on a second.
Steve, wouldn't it be a little bit better to have one of those Super Tiger needle valves, or they don't fit?
Now that you'd have to drill across the. This is so simple that I told people a long time ago about it, and because everybody buys like FPs and stuff and changes them over to control line. Well, then they have all them little carburetors, and for some reason I thought, it looks like the same thread, you know, that comes out. So I screwed that one out, screwed it in. It works perfect. And what you can do then is, if you want more air or less air, you can screw that in further or back it out, and it changes the volume of your Venturi. It works slicker than hell.
All right, Steve. So you're saying to take one of these. Don't mind the bracket. That's got a bracket on it because that's a combat deal. But that's an OS 1A15. That's like out of the
yeah,
320 or the.
You have a little jam nut on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you take that whole thing out with the jam nut
and put it in there.
And screw it right in there.
Okay, because the one that I don't know if you can see the nipple that's in there, but it goes in about halfway as it is now.
And this one, you'll be able to screw it in farther or back it out a little bit, and
okay,
that
because it's
controls your volume.
Okay. and then use, I don't know what, there's 2 more Venturis in here, so there's 3 sizes. I don't know.
I use the smallest one.
Okay.
The Venturi, what the Venturi does is like the gas pedal on your car.
Sure.
Whatever your max RPM you want to achieve. So if you want more top end, put a bigger Venturi, bigger hole. If you want a little bit less top RPM, that's what you do with it. Just adjust that. That's it.
What prop are you running on it, Steve?
I was running a 11.4, but you can run 11.5 on it.
It looks like we got a 225 Venturi, a 235 Venturi, and I don't know what's in there right now.
Probably the smallest one. I think it comes with the smallest one in it.
No, it's like 270.
Oh, is it? Whatever the smallest one is.
270 is the biggest.
225 then.
235, 225, 235, 225, and 270. That's crazy. Why would they have that big of a jump in that?
I tell you what, if you take the RC 36 and you stick that big ass Venturi on it and you put it on bladder, you can't believe how that thing runs. Dick said that he put it on a combat ship and he goes, I think this would keep up with a damn Fox.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dual ball bearing motor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's heavy as shit though, man.
Yeah, it weighs the same. Now the other thing we do too is to lighten it up, grind that little hump off the back.
This?
Yeah, you can just round it.
I'm gonna weigh it. I'm gonna get my scale and weigh it.
That weighs.
Is your remedy for this, Steve, to eliminate the rear needle?
Yep.
Okay, because I have one and I just put in a new gasket set and everything, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, out of FP20s, whatever, or you can find them little ass carburetors all over. Just screw that out, screw it in, you're done.
Far out.
All right, I got the scale. As it sits, oh, that's not that bad. 9.2 ounces.
It weighs. I'll tell you what.
But
I would put that up against the power of a Thunder Tiger 36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think once you lose the remote needle and the
it might
bracket,
even more, yeah.
And you could probably lighten up the head a little bit. I mean, yeah, what's in LA is like 8 ounces, right?
Yeah.
And a Thunder Tiger 36 is, I'll tell you.
Do you guys use any of those Brodeck 40s or anything like that?
I do, yeah. Well, Samantha.
I use FP40 on my Twister.
I have good luck with it with the Brodeck 40s.
Oh,
what's the secrets behind those?
Steve?
Pardon me?
Thunder Tiger 36 is 9 ounces too. It weighs the same as the Evo.
Right, and you can make the Evo lighter by grinding off the back of the head and taking that remote needle off there.
All right. Well, I might keep it then.
What I do is I just break it off because otherwise you got to get shorter screws.
Break what off?
That needle valve thing.
Oh, okay. I got
cut it off.
Yeah.
But if you have shorter, I think they're 3mm screws, and then it'll work without it. But I didn't have any, so I said, okay, zip, and I left that little spacer on there, and the screws work.
Right.
But Steve, you can just shorten up the screws, the existing screws, put them on a grinder, and
put them on the grinder and take
that's it.
Clean them up.
Yeah.
What's up, Matt? You were asking about the FP4.
Go like this.
I interrupted you there.
What was that, Mike?
Pat was saying something about the FP40, and I interrupted him.
Oh,
I was just asking about the Brodeck 40s. I stumbled into several of them. Don't know much about them.
Brodeck 40s.
Oh, I thought you said OS 40s.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Yeah, I've got several of the old FP 40s. That was They were reworked by Lou Woolard, but they're old.
Yeah, I've got
those are great.
I've got a reworked 40.
Newer Brodak 40s are better than the older the first run of the Brodak 40s.
Yeah, some are. Some might be ABC, others might be steel. I'm not sure.
They're not ABC. They're
but the difference was
ABN.
On the first cases, they had a bronze bushing in there. And the cases with the bronze bushings, them damn things don't run good. If you get one with that silver looking bushing in it, which I don't know what kind of bushing it's made out of, aluminum or some kind of space age aluminum, the damn things run great. They last forever. But the ones with the bronze ones will run away. And I never could stop it from doing that. My brother got one and I got one, and we never could. So he took and bought a new case, put everything in the new case, and it runs great.
You're talking about the Brodak 40, not the FP 40.
Yeah, the Brodak 40.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got several of the later versions from Randy, and I think they're the later versions, not the older ones.
Yeah, we just run 11 them BYNO 11 4s on there. Launch had about 11,300, and them some.
What fuel?
Huh?
What fuel?
Just 22%, whatever fuel.
FP40. That's for an FP40.
No,
well, 20% lubricant and whatever nitro, right, Steve?
Yeah, just 50-50, 22%. But
Yeah.
To run in it, and it ran fine.
Hey guys, I just grabbed a Thunder Tiger 36 out of my parts thing to weigh, and I just realized I looked at the bottom of this. This one's actually an Aero Tiger. This is the Randy Smith Aero Tiger. I bought this from Mac Henry, and this is Aero Tiger number 94.
No shot.
So
give that to Pat.
This is an old
That's
one.
what I'm looking for.
Give that one to Pat.
This is number 94 that Randy made. So this is out of the first batch of 100 that he probably did. And I got this from Mac Henry. He's an old combat flyer who lives here in Nashville. He lives close to me. I'm curious now. I want to look at my other Aero Tiger and see what number is on that one.
Well, give that one to Pat.
Yeah, put them in a box and send them to Wichita, please.
I'll tell you what, Pat, is that you got an Evolution 36?
No, I just have just my old engines I got from Lou from years ago.
Pat,
he's got access to a 36, though. He's got access to one of those engines.
I tell you what, that Evolution 36 of mine, guys have flown it at Brodak. They've flown it at the Nats in a Nobler. And people can't believe how good it flies, how good it runs.
Yeah.
Here's the other Aero Tiger 36, and I just noticed something different. Randy wrote Aero on the top of this case.
Yeah.
This one says Aero on the top. This one does not. But the old one from Mac is number 94. And this one here is number 573.
Wow. He made a few of them.
He made a few. And it says Randy 573 ABC on the bottom of the case.
AAC, isn't it?
I'm sorry. You're correct. It says AAC. I wasn't looking at it. Yeah, it says AAC.
Yeah, that's the good.
It's weird.
AAC is the good one.
Oh, you know what? The other one says AAC as well, but just very, very, very tiny letters. You probably, I don't know if you can see it or not. The light's probably really bad in here. But
I didn't see something, but I can't tell what it says.
That's what makes that Aero Tiger so good as a AAC.
Yeah. And I bought this one from Randy probably, well, the last batch that he had for sale. So what was that? 4 years ago, maybe, or better?
Yeah, probably.
So that was number 573. I got 94 and 573.
He probably made it. Probably goes up to 600.
It might be. And my other flying buddy here in Nashville, he's got the other Aero Tiger that Mac Henry owned, and I think that one is around number 70.
Oh, okay.
We bought 2 Aero Tigers from Mac, and I'm a dumbass because I should have bought them both, but I was a nice guy, and I
let your friend have one.
I split the deal with one of my flying buddies here and let him have one too, because Mac had 2 Aero Tigers, and I did get the better of the 2. This one definitely had less time on it. The other one had more time, a lot more caster crud on it, and had been run a lot longer.
Well, one thing about it is that you can probably get an extra piston and liner and rod from Randy. And if you ever would wear it out, you can throw it back,
neither one of them's even close to be worn out. Yep. Here's something interesting too. I just noticed. So the one on the right is the newer model, which has Randy's PA needle in it.
Yeah.
Here's what did I say it was? Number 94 has a Super Tiger needle in it.
Yeah.
So this is pre PA needles. That one has a Tiger needle in it. Can you tell I don't know if you can tell the difference.
You can see the difference in the nut and stuff.
In the nut, yeah. One has a Tiger needle and one has a PA needle.
Approximately what size is the Venturi on those, Mike?
That's a true Venturi, so it's hard. It's going to be different than a.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm done.
Well, it's a sprinkler Venturi.
Oh, so it has holes all around the circumference?
No. It's a true Venturi.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's not a sprinkle.
Yeah.
True Venturi. Sorry, true Venturi.
One hole.
Man, I think I'd have to take it out to measure it because I don't think I can get.
Yeah, it's too deep to get your gauge in there.
I think so. I'm getting like 290, but that can't.
It's not critical, man. Right.
John Skukelet wants to ask Steve, you run your Brodak 40 and a 4.2 brake?
280.
More of a 2.2 brake.
wet, dry.
Yeah.
Wet, dry.
Yeah. The one we got on, we've ran it for so many years on the Oriental. I mean, that thing breaks at like 8 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Just like, the nose comes up about 8, bang, it goes into the nice 2, comes back out and goes at 2 o'clock into a rich 2.
Yeah, that's how I run mine. I ran mine in my Oriental. That's the first place I used mine too. And now it's on the twist. Now I got that John Tate FP40 on my twister.
Yeah. What's the longevity of those motors?
I'm talking FPs. Y'all talking Brodak. Sorry.
On that Brodak motor, I don't know how many gallons of fuel we got through that, but it is a ton. I mean, Samantha, that was her go-to airplane for 3 years. And that's what she won intermediate with and Nats. And she runs so much stuff at Brodak with it. She won big.
I got to go refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm getting ready to finish an Aries that I've been working on for a while, and I don't know if I wanted to put an old Fox in it. I was just looking for maybe a good modern day motor.
I tell you what, the one thing nice about the Brodak 40 is it weighs the same as a Fox, so your airplane will balance, and that's the reason why we put that in that Oriental.
Yeah.
Oriental, and because it was made for a Fox motor, balances. You ain't adding a bunch of tail weight and stuff like that. That's the same.
I'll grab it since we're doing show and tell.
Yeah, go ahead.
I flew a twister with a 40 FP on it, and it flew great. The motor ran beautiful, and I just it kind of stuck with me for a long time after that. That's why I'm building a twister for my son right now, because both the plane was flying well and the 40 FP on APC I think the 11.5 was just perfect match, and it ran beautiful. I mean, I had no issues with that. So the 40 FP, it's a great motor. I mean, just like I don't say anything bad about it. I'm not sure.
Trying.
He's 8.
You guys see that?
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Okay, we'll get that.
Was that a Brodak kit?
No, it's scratch built. It's I got it all painted. I just need to have it do some ink, and I'm still kind of waiting for I can get a good clear coat on it.
It's beautiful.
I like the wheel pants, man.
Oh man, those
yeah.
Those I-beam wings are just gorgeous. I mean, it's like I always love the I-beamers for some reason.
Up for motor now?
Right now, it's got Fox 35 motor mounts on it, but I left it open up inside here so I could put anything in there I wanted.
Yeah.
What's it weigh right now?
This? No. Oh, this was. I think I weighed it at about 30 ounces.
Oh, you need an Aero Tiger 36 to put in there, man.
Well, there's a guy, I think, in Nashville that's got several of them that's going to send me some. But
or even just a Thunder Tiger 36 converted to control line would get you there.
I think it's going to be too heavy in the nose, though.
Do you?
Yeah, this is a light airplane. It's very light.
It was made for a Fox 35 without a muffler.
Okay.
So, you know, basically you can use a Brodak 40 with a tongue muffler, and the difference in the weight is the tongue muffler.
Okay.
So
you know what? You have 2 of them, and besides that, you have the SVs now that you're gonna fly. Why?
You don't need them Aero Tigers anymore.
Seriously. So after you're gonna start to fly those SVs, you're gonna go like, holy smokes! I don't want to fly anything else after that. So,
well,
think about it.
I've got a Continental that's classic legal that'll be perfect for an Aero Tiger 36. And you gotta remember, I got Samuel coming up too. You know, so there'll be some stunt planes for him. And I did just buy
electric.
I bought him a PA 40 here recently, a whole setup, brand new PA 40 with a pipe for when he gets a little bit better. But Tryon, I wanted to ask you again. You said your son is 8?
Yeah.
He's 8. That's awesome, man. What's he flying?
Huh?
What is he flying
now? He's not flying right now, but you know, I like to get him into it and see if we can spend some time together doing this stuff. So that's why I got the twister, and that's why I started to build it. But I kind of put it on the side because I didn't have time to finish it.
Well, man, if you need some hand-me-down profile models for him to just bash in, I can give you probably 1 or 2, you know, just to get him going if you need them.
Yeah.
Samuel has so many hand-me-down models. I mean, we're covered up. And he's progressed way past a lot of the stuff that we have.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna, you know, I'm not trying to sell them. If I'm gonna give them away, I would like to give them to somebody who flies control line who has a kid that would use them. You know what I mean? Maybe at the Canton contest we can bring you a model or 2 for your boy.
Over on YouTube, Leonard Burrell likes the double star if you can get one. I got a friend that flies a double star, and he gets good runs out of it.
Yeah,
didn't Brodak copy the double stars or the Discovery Retros to make his 40s?
No, Brodak 40 was designed by George Eldridge.
Okay. Hey, how close are you to finishing real quick? You said that's Len Burrell there?
That is Leonard Burrell, yeah.
He's our Canadian contingent, man. He's part of
really?
Canada. He's the Brodak Canada guys. And his wife, Naomi, is the one that she flies control line as well.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Leonard's been in here with us before in YouTube.
What's up, Len? You didn't make Brodaks last year. We missed you. Was it Len that missed last year? I think he might have. I think he had maybe he had a heart attack or something.
Oh, I hope not. We get some Canadians down at Huntersville, but I don't know any of them's name.
Brad LaPointe. Brad LaPointe was coming down there for a while. They're the Bean Hill Flyer guys.
Yeah, right across from Detroit there, someplace.
Yeah. But
how close are you
I know Len and Naomi. Met them at
How close are you to finishing your Continental, Mike?
What's that?
How close are you to finishing your Continental?
Well, I gotta open the box and pin the plans down.
You see, I'm trying to work that engine into Pat's favor here.
I'm not,
what now?
Sorry, I can't cut loose of the Aero Tigers, man. There's no more being built. So, no, those are staying. Sam will be flying those when he's a teenager in something. I can't do it. I can't let him go.
No.
Pat, you should seriously consider building something and go electric in the future.
Yeah, for Sam, it's going to be to compete. He's going to have to fly electric.
Yeah, I think that is actually, as much as I hate to admit it, I think that's where it's going.
Well,
the guys that are top levels right now are at electric zone.
That may be true, but I have some of the best built IC motors there is, so that's what he's going to fly. You know.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
No, that's fine.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to interrupt.
But I think it's going to turn out to be a battle of the sexes, like the women and the men, and it's going to be electric versus glow. You know,
yeah, maybe well be, but you know, we're flying Slimers right now. All our combat gear is Slimers, so all our stunt gear is going to be IC stuff. And you know, you got to remember, I'm just jumping into the PA engine aspect of stunt. I just invested.
No, I don't see myself going electric
in PA engines, so I'm gonna learn how to fly those and use them. I'm not willing to start over again with another power plant system. I've flown IC all my life, and that's what I'm going to keep doing for now.
Are you going to the Nats?
Yeah, I'll be at the Nats.
Cool. I'll see you there then.
Well, I may be flying combat, though. I don't know. Samuel's going to fly stunt for sure. He'll fly intermediate on Sunday, and then he'll fly junior senior open on Saturday. Mm-hmm. And then the combat events for us are Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which screws up PA for us. Combat's having team trials this year. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is team trials. So everything's been pushed back a day for the combat events, because then they have to fly F2D on Monday and Tuesday, F2D fast on Wednesday. And then our three events, speed limit, half A, and fast, are Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
So what I'm mulling over though, Tryon, is advanced stunt is flown on Wednesday, which we don't have an event that day. We're not flying any combat events that day. I may enter advanced stunt and fly it and see if I make the cut. If I don't, if I get eliminated and don't advance to the next day, then I can start flying combat Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I make it through the Wednesday cut of advanced, I may give up Thursday combat to fly advanced again and see if I can continue. But I'm already going to be down in the points because I don't have a build or a model airplane. I can't get appearance points for whatever what the plane I would fly. I would already be down in points right from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah,
so I'll have to make that decision.
Hey, I got a reply from Leonard about the heart attack. He says he had a small heart attack, but they will be at Brodak this year in full force. And he says he and Naomi are excited about being back to Brodak.
That's right. Look forward to seeing you, Len.
Any heart attack is a big heart attack.
I met you.
That's what I was going to say.
Damn. I didn't know they could have small ones.
Well, I had a small one.
I've never had one, thanks.
Yeah, thank God.
I do have.
I'll tell you what, those Canadian guys, those Canadian guys sure have a ball at Brodax, man. They come down in force, and they're an awesome group of guys, and they have a good time.
Yeah, they always bring a strong contingent to the Junkyard Wars, don't they?
Yeah, they do that. And they fly a shit ton of events too. Those guys, they fly all the events down there at Brodax. They're into everything down there.
Yeah, they have a balloon bus this year. He can try to beat Samantha in the balloon bus.
The Junkyard Wars at Brodax, I think, is the best event ever.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Samantha won that last year.
The stuff they come up with, and then the stuff they do out of those, fruit boxes and stuff like that. I go like, holy smokes! It's too much fun.
Watt Moore's got a few Junkyard Wars relics hanging in his workshop. He took one out and flew it one day, and it was completely held together with zip ties. The stab, the wing, everything was held together with zip ties. It rattled and shook, but it kind of flew. It had a Max S35 on it, and I flew it. I didn't think it was ever going to run out of gas. It was slow, but I was able to get it to do some loose line loops and had fun, big fun doing that.
Inverted and
well, if I can interject there on the Junkyard Wars, I have it on good authority that this year there's going to be an additional building material added to the fray. In addition to the fruit boxes, I've heard that somebody is going to donate 50 Coroplast plastic signs, and they will be divvied up equally among the teams.
That'll make it too easy.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're just trying to change it up a little bit. It's been the same thing forever with the fruit boxes and the wood. Everybody does the same design. And
can we use electric this year?
Well, I don't know about electric, but
if we're going to change it up, we might as well change it all together.
I've heard that there's a push to allow another kind of building material that somebody's going to donate, and then they'll be equally distributed amongst the.
If we're going to change it, though, we should change. You can use electric too.
Yeah, with that material, you can build something really nice that will actually fly the pan.
Yeah, we could really do good things with electric.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's the whole idea, is to just maybe advance the level of craftsmanship and the flying ability of the airplanes.
That would be electric.
I mean, we haven't. There's no.
If you wanted, we could put timers and stuff on them things, and I mean, you could really get them flying good then.
Yeah, I mean, the rules aren't published yet. There's no finality in the actual rules for Junkyard Wars, but there's a push to allow another type of building material, and everyone will have equal access to the same amount of material to make it fair for everybody.
And I'm going to push for electric then. We're going to change it.
Well, you better talk to Tim Stagg then, and I mean, but how do you do that? Because it's up to, it's a Fox 35, any plane bearing 25 or a Fox 35 is the way the rules have been.
Right. But when you're going to change the rules, then you can change the rules.
Well, I know, but what's a comparable electric motor to a Fox 35?
Well, any 40 size motor.
Yeah, any 40.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
No, it's not not a 40 though. The rules don't say a 40.
We could use any 30 size electric motor.
Yeah.
Nothing compares to Fox 35. They're in a class to themselves.
Yeah, they're different. But I mean, Steve, you're jumping out ahead now. I was just talking about building materials. Now you're talking about changing motors too. That may be too much to ask of the old guard, to say.
Ooh, if we're gonna change, that's change.
Well, just baby steps is all I'm saying. A little bit at a time.
That's changed to electric first, and then building materials next.
Well.
Get some dinner in a bowl? Did you get a bowl?
I don't know the guy that's pushing these Coroplast political signs. This was actually my buddy, Pete Westerholm. He ran for Nashville Metro Council. And when he was done, he ran like 3 years in a row. He was on Metro Council, and he had all these signs left, and I ended up getting like 100 of them from him because he didn't want to throw them away, and he didn't want to recycle them. And I was like, oh man, we build model airplanes out of that stuff, man. You know,
I build runways out of that stuff.
Yeah. So
I got 3 great big 8-footers, and we stick them down when the grass is long. I throw them in the back of my pickup truck, pull them out, stick them down, launch right off the Coroplast.
Right. I just thought it would be an interesting building material to add to, or that guy thought it would be an interesting building material to add to the fray. We'll see if it gets in or not. But, you know, you should still use the fruit crates if you want and all that. But this could make some really nice flying airplanes, I think.
Yep.
And I think the event has stagnated a little bit with everybody just using the fruit crate thing. I wanted to see the game upped a little bit.
Well,
and if everybody gets, let's just say everyone gets 5 pieces of this, you know, everyone gets 5 boards to use how they want. I think the design will go up, and I think the flyability will go up as well.
Oh, by 500% perhaps.
So now wouldn't that be fun?
The design will change too.
Better? Wouldn't that be better and more fun?
I'd ask Samantha, because she won it last year, if she thinks that she wants a different design, because if you can't win with the old design that's changed to a new design.
Well, and here's the thing, though. If this is going to be allowed, it'll be in the published rules, okay? So nobody's going to show up and then go, and because everybody always has their design in their head before they go there. I even know for a fact that the Florida boys took a bunch of them crates home the year before last, and they built some stuff, and that's what they flew last summer. The Sharks, the Florida Sharks, had an awesome design, man. They had a twin boom, twin fuselage, nice wing with an elevator in between the twin booms, but they practiced building that shit at home out of the materials.
But it didn't fly good.
It flew okay.
Yeah.
It flew good. Yeah, it flew great. But I'm saying, if this is going to be allowed, we put it in the rules and let everyone know way ahead of time, hey, everyone's going to get either 5 or 7 pieces of this material so that you know before you show up and you're not.
What are the rules for flying? What does it have to do?
It changed last year because we did a balloon bus last year, but previous to that, it was you had to do 10 laps, okay? And then you had to do 10 laps level flight. And then for every stunt you did or every maneuver you did, you got points, okay? Well, last year, they eliminated the 10-lap thing, and you got points for stunts, and then it was a balloon bus. So if you broke balloons, you started to accrue points. The more balloons you broke, you accrued points, and then you got points for stunts as well.
What about a trash can wing over?
Well, I don't think the trash can event has been held in a while, and they didn't do that.
One shot at that, and then your plane shot.
That was a separate event when they did trash can.
Yeah, because you only get one shot at it, and then your plane's towed.
Were the maneuvers K-rated so that if you had a more difficult maneuver, it would score higher?
Well, you just got so many points for everything you did in the pattern. You know, if you did loops, outside loops, flew inverted, it was points.
Yeah.
But I don't think there was any difficulty. Like if you did squares or you did a clover, you didn't get more points for that maneuver.
That's what I was wondering.
They're all the same.
Style points.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Basically, the only thing that they can do is loops and level flight. You couldn't get a square out of them things. You couldn't get
square. You could do reverse wing over.
Yeah, well, kind of, sort of reverse wing over.
Kind of, sort of. Yeah. So that's my whole point, Steve. That's why I was kind of pushing, because I know a guy that has a bunch of these that's going to Brodax. And I thought, let's get another building material in there, and maybe we'll see some some real models that are capable of some real stunts rather than just barely hanging up, stalling. I mean, believe it's great when they crash, and it's awesome when people try stunts and they crash. But if we're going to build a plane in 20 or 30 minutes, let's try to build something that has a real fighting chance of doing some real stunts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll see what the final version is. Like I said, it's not written in stone yet, but if it goes into the rules, it'll be well advertised ahead of time. So, because the guys that are going to go and do it, it'll be the same 5 or 6 teams.
Does anybody have any firsthand information about how John is?
Not last year, he was in rehabilitation and was doing better. That they put in a feeding tube or something, so he could get food because he couldn't swallow and stuff. And
yeah,
but I heard they're doing okay on the infection and everything. It's basically what happened. He got a bad infection in his throat, and it was going up into his head. And
if they can keep the nutrition coming in, then that's the best thing. Get him some calories every day. So, I wish him well.
Yeah, we need him, man.
Yeah.
Who sells balsa wood over there? I need some pieces.
Sells balsa wood where at Brody?
Well, yeah, I guess they do, but the pieces I'm looking for are either trailing edge stock or aileron stock. And here's my problem. I checked with National Balsa, and they had the stock I required, but shipping was like $40 for 8 3-foot sticks.
Wow.
Is that
crazy?
Is that right?
Get a hold of Tom Morris. His wood is great.
Yeah. Stunthangar Hobby.
Yeah, go in there and you can get any wood you want from Tom Morris.
Yeah.
Is that normal for shipping price?
No.
I don't think it's no $40 though. I think the last.
No, it's not. I bought a lot of wood from Tom, and I'll get you some more if that's what it boils down to, Doug.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leading. If we need to try the taper technique.
Yeah, he'll get you balsa wood if you get him a Aero Tiger 36.
Yeah, I'll get you a lot of balsa wood for.
All right.
For one of those.
I know where you can buy one for $500.
Yeah, I got a gun pointed at a guy in a green shirt.
I know where you can buy one for $500.
Oh wait, that's my phone.
I mean, everything's for sale, I guess, but
500 skins is a lot for an engine, but supply and demand.
Well, the last couple that were on Stunthangar, the new one went for $350, and the used one went for like $325, I think.
Wow.
Golly.
Man.
And those. No, I'm not kidding, man. The last two that one guy listed were over 300. New one was 350. The used one was 325. When Randy sold them, I mean the one I bought, number 574, I paid him his list price, which is $239. That's what Randy sold those motors for, $239.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the last couple that sold on Stunthangar were over 300.
Wow.
So, yeah,
I have.
He can't even make you one if you send him a Thunder Tiger 36.
I have a 46 from Randy that I never used.
A 46 LA?
Thunder Tiger, I think, was the Thunder Tiger 46.
46.
That was the time and the rework by Randy Smith.
Blueprinted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brand new.
Yeah, but that's not the Aero Tiger. That's not 36.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different motor.
Yeah.
And
several years ago, couple years ago, Tom was down there at the Tulsa Glue Daubers contest, and I think he had some 36s on, some Cavaliers and something else, and they sounded pretty good to me.
Oh, yeah.
They were a nice engine, what I could tell.
Pat, if you have the FP40, use it. It's a great motor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I you know, when I was in Chicago area, and once in a while I would drop by the Sepulveda Basin, and they had the Control Line Flying Club over there. And I would just stay there with the guys and chit chat, and then they would say, "Hey, you want to fly?" I was like, hey, "Did you bring anything to fly with it?" And I said, "No." He said, "They go like, you want to fly?" I say, "Sure, yeah." And I would just go grab a handle, and they would start the motors, and I would fly their planes. And one of them was his name was John, and he was flying a Twister with a 40 FP on it, and normal fuel, nothing fancy, using a APC 11.5, and that thing ran great, and the plane flew wonderful. No issue. So if you have a 40 FP in decent shape, go for it. I mean, just like I don't see why not.
I've got a 40 FP, probably about a 1995 model that's on a Cavalier right now.
Doesn't matter. Does it have a lot of power on it?
I think it's too much motor for that airplane because it pulls like a bear.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Pat, you know, you can find a Thunder Tiger 36, just a regular Thunder Tiger Pro, and have Jim Lee convert it with a Jim Lee needle and venturi.
Yeah.
When I found out that the Thunder Tiger was no longer going to be produced, I started hitting RC Universe and the Hobby King website and eBay pretty hard. And I bought 7 of these things, Thunder Tiger 36s. I got 7 brand new ones.
You might want to talk to Randy, because I heard at one time he had piston liner sets. If you had a brand new Thunder Tiger 36, he can make an Aero Tiger 36 out of it.
Okay.
He can't get the cases and all that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
But he had the liners and stuff to do it. So you could even maybe get more Aero Tiger 36.
Well, all the ones I bought were RC versions. Okay, these were RC Thunder Tiger Pro 36s, and I just put Jim Lee Venturis and Jim Lee Super Tiger needles in them, and I've got 7 of these.
Can you take your the Randy Smith motor, take it apart, take the cylinder out, and see what the changes are, and make a side-by-side comparison to your Thunder Tiger? Because if it's just a porting or something like that you can open up the porting.
He chromes the piston and liner in. Or
it's the aluminum liner that makes the difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's not doing anything with the porting of the motor, with the timing, anything?
Yeah, he probably does some difference there too.
He does that. I'm sure he balances the crank, but the metallurgy of the internals is different. And I wouldn't know what to look for anyway if I took them apart. And I would never take apart an Aero Tiger anyway. Hell, there's no way I would take that motor apart. If anything ever happens to it, I would put it in a bag and ship it back to Randy. You know, I wouldn't attempt to do anything.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
There's the price to ship from Morris.
$9.
$9.
Oh, wow. Heck yeah. I'm all over that then.
I don't know I never opened it.
Hey, Tom Creasy, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, how you doing?
We're good.
Good.
You get
I got 2 TVs going. How you doing?
We're all right. Did you get your paint booth set up?
Yeah, that's what I'm in now. I'm doping tonight. Sanding and doping.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Steve?
With a bong or just using papers? I said with a bong or just using papers?
Just paper.
Oh, okay.
Just paper this time. I got all my paper on. I used silk span. but we're just kind of getting it together.
I see you got your water heater back there behind you.
Oh, that's my new one.
Your new test board.
Yeah, that's my new one. I got these are my other planes hanging there.
Oh,
And then in that box thing, that's my exhaust. See, an old dryer vent. It works really well. Anyway,
Yeah, I forgot I ordered 1/4 and 16th from him. I don't even know when this.
Trailing edge stock, huh?
here comes Charles. Let me let Charles in. We're getting a late rush.
Don't let Charles in unless he's got his glow driver on the bench. Damn it!
Hey, Charles.
Who let the dogs out? Oof, 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 oof.
Big that glow driver, Charles.
Yeah, it's in my car still. It's back in my car.
Back in your car. Keep that on your bench.
Hey, you know what? I had to come in because I had to correct you, Steve. I've been talking to Randy Smith because I was hot and heavy after a Aero Tiger.
Yeah.
And the problem is even if you give him a Thunder Tiger, he can't make it into an Aero Tiger because Nelson used to make the sleeve and piston, and he's not making them anymore. And he doesn't have any more pistons and sleeves.
Oh, okay.
So, because I had emailed him and kept going, I have a Thunder Tiger. Can you convert it to an Aero Tiger? And he goes, no, I can't. It's an ABC motor, and then he finally explained it to me. He doesn't have the sleeve, which is a AAC motor, AAC sleeve and piston.
Yeah, because he advertised Merlin 40 cylinders and all. He had a bunch of them, but they, that was a couple of years ago. So yeah, they probably all bought up by now. But I thought it was a chance to ask him if he still had any left.
Yeah. I didn't understand. That's what it was. I thought it was like Tyran thought. I thought it was all this porting and machining, that he converted, but it's actually a different sleeve and piston altogether.
Porting is different, and I don't know, if he raised or lowered it or what. And it's the angle on the machining of it. It's a different angle. The ports where it comes through is at a different angle. I know.
Okay.
Because if you get the, I think it's the LA 46 from the guy there in Australia, that has the Aero Tiger 36 porting, I believe. One of them that he made, Randy told him what to do to angle that porting, or he made it for one of the motors, but it was the Aero Tiger 36 porting to give it the stunt run. But I can't remember which cylinder and stuff that he did for that.
It sounds to me that the thing sounds so expensive, at that $300 for a motor or something like that. You just might as well just buy an electric motor and just change to that stuff and have a bulletproof reliability that's gonna run the same every time. Or it's like the only thing you worry about is like, where do I want to put this plane now? It's just
Wow. They're like old Harley Davidsons. You still have the smoke and sound.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we do it.
But that's fine, It's just like everybody likes different things, But it's like I'm a cheapskate. The motor, the motor on my plane costs about $40. I'm serious.
Every time I get an electric motor to put out smoke like a glow engine, they don't run anymore.
It puts up smoke though.
Because it's almost always the case of everybody's trying to save weight. Let me see what's the smallest motor I can get for that huge shovel I'm going to put on it, right? And the motor, it's so overloaded, it's trying to provide you the RPMs that you are requesting from it, and it's working so freaking hard. No wonder it's going to burn.
And guess what? Your plane. Can't you go by the weight of your plane? Like let's say my plane weighs 42 ounces. Well, hey, I'm at least knowing that I'm going to have something at least a 40. Isn't that how you judge that?
Yeah, by how much the plane's going to weigh, by how big a motor.
Yeah, your finished weight.
Yeah.
Right.
No, yeah, but you can start with that. That's a good starting point. But what I would do, I would go next size up from there. Why? Why? Because you're robbing period to pay Paul. And actually, what happens over there, the bigger motor is going to use a lot less energy, right? So what means whatever weight you spend on the motor, you're going to save it on the battery side.
Yeah. Yep. You're not running at 100% of the motor's capacity to get the plane to do its job.
Yeah.
And yeah, I understand that part.
Yeah. So the idea is that you can use a lightweight motor, which is going to use a lot more energy from the battery. So the battery is going to get bigger, and perhaps whatever the lightweight motor is going to be lighter, you're going to spend 2 times more weight in the battery on the other side. And what happens on the top of it? The motor runs hot. The ESC has to provide a lot of amps to the motor. The ESC runs hot. Now the battery has to provide the juice to the motor, so the battery runs hot. The whole system runs hot. If you use a bigger motor than what you expect, now everything is relaxed. The battery has an easy time pumping out the juice. The ESC has an easy time running there. You use thinner wires. Everything is working better. And if you spend an ounce on the motor, you're probably going to save an ounce plus on the battery. And plus, you can use a smaller ESC as well. Because instead of using like 60 amps, 50 amps, or something like that, now you're down in the 40s. And that saves you weight again. The current is less. You use thinner wires. I mean, just everything. It's just by oversizing the electric motor in an electric setup, you are saving a lot of hassles everywhere else. And that's, you
get the same power out of electric as you do IC engines.
Oh, and then some.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't fly.
Yeah, I don't lack power anywhere. I don't like power.
When we fly, we need power. Because here in the plains of Kansas, there's always wind here. We need the power.
The thing is the thing is that if you plan to have an electric plane, you have to build specifically for electric. Okay.
What you do is you get yourself a wind generator, a portable one. Bring it out to the field with you, set it up, and you can charge your batteries for free.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, you're out there on the plains. I mean, the wind always blows there.
Oh, always. Always.
You know, your car battery has about 120 amps or so. You can easily use that to recharge your batteries if that's something you're concerned with.
I guess that way they'd have something else with a propeller on it.
You got looks like our chat box on YouTube crashed. I can no longer use the chat box on YouTube. I don't know what's wrong with it. Keep getting errors. Oh well.
So here's the idea: is if you ever plan to go electric, first of all, the first thing that you notice, you have no vibrations, so you don't need those 1/16 doublers on a fuselage anymore. Heck, you don't even need any doublers if you think about it. So you can just really, really cut a lot of weight off of the plane just over there in that one spot. Then you have no vibrations, so it's a lot less to worry about. I mean, just it has quite a few advantages. It is never going to gain weight because it soaks up oil or whatever,
Motors, batteries for balance.
Yeah, the battery, you can use it for balance. So
right. If the thing is tail heavy, put a bigger battery in it. It doesn't, Same thing with the motor. If you need more weight up front, put a bigger motor in it.
Yeah.
It's easier on stuff.
Yeah.
This plane that we took the world championships, that was a deal where I could go with a bigger battery. I couldn't because I didn't want to add tail weight to it. So we didn't. But I don't know. I look at things different too. If I go to a contest, it's like when I was running Glow or run Glow, I always would use new glow plugs, put a flight on them, make sure everything was okay, everything ran good. Same with fuel and stuff like that. Because I'm not going to go to a contest and spend $2,000 of my money and worry about an $8 glow plug or a new jug of fuel or whatever, you know, for $16. I mean, you know, if I'm going to worry about that, I'm going to stay home and save my $2,000.
Steve, you know, to that effect, Ron Colombo from Detroit puts a new glow plug in his combat planes every match he flies. Every
match. I mean, you're spending all that money, but see, I test mine first to make sure because I've had glow plugs you put in.
Yeah, no, I get all that, the testing and make sure everything's straight and works good. But whether it's half A, speed limit, F2D, or fast combat, he puts a brand new plug in for every match. He won't run the same plug 2 times. I get deals from him on Nelson glow plugs. You know, they're like $5 a piece or whatever, the Nelson plugs. He sells them to me for $1 a piece, the ones that he's run 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, and then you take them home and practice. That's what, I mean, I have glow plugs that are good, and they're in a certain part of the damn toolbox, and brand new ones that are tested. The new ones go in at a contest, and the next contest that, you know, if it hasn't burned out, it goes over to the practiced ones.
Right. Well,
what plugs do you guys use?
That's Ron's philosophy on glow plugs. He's lost matches in nationals or even in world championships flying combat just because of a plug.
Yeah.
You know,
he spent $2 grand. It's like
you spend a fortune to get there, and then you lose a match because of a plug. I mean, the same thinking could be applied to stunt. You get a crappy run because of a bad plug, you know,
right? Or bad fuel. I mean, that's the same thing. I'll have fuel, crack the gallon, check it, see how it runs, because all fuels are a little bit different. They're all made in different batches. Good. Then you cap it back up and you take it with you to the contest. And that's what you're running the contest.
What plugs are you guys running that are not, I mean, sticking with you? Because I've got plugs in engines that's been in there 2 years. Never giving me problems.
It's not that. It's not that they're failing. It's just every once in a while you get one that it'll run 1 or 2 flights and you get a bad one, you know. And when it matters, you want to make sure
fail. Sooner or later, they all burn out.
Yeah.
Just don't want it to be the time when I'm at a contest. If it burns out at the practice field, no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you only get 2 official flights and you need that second flight to place or whatever, and you get a bad run, the glow plug burns out, and you're like, oh shit.
Right. And then in combat, it's a match. If you can't get your engine started or you go up and you get a flame out because you launch and it dies after you disconnect the battery, you're done.
Yeah. Well, the other thing when we flew pattern and stuff, I've had them to where you put the glow driver on it and get ready to start it, and the plug will burn up before you even get a chance to start it. Before you raise, you know, it's like I'll make sure the plug's good, raise the hand and get ready to flip and look down, and it's like, shit, the plug's burn up.
Do you guys use those Merlin plugs before he passed away?
I never cared for them, but I know a lot of people that like them.
I use them for half A, but I've never used them in my stunters. That's what I use in the Norvells and the Coxes.
I've got some. I got a stash of Merlins, but I mean, to me, I never really noticed a difference on the Norvells between a Merlin plug and a stock Norvell plug, you know?
I look at the Norvells beefier, have a beef.
I was warned about, because that glue is in the inside of them, that once in a while that'll blow out. and I didn't believe it until we burned down a Fox 29, the Snurley motor. That damn thing started leaking around that post. That damn engine went lean, and it finally just quit running. It got so hot. And
do you think we are overthinking this a little bit? Because I mean, we compare glow plugs that are running super hot motors in combat versus same plug that runs in a stunt motor, which doesn't run exactly that hot or that fast or anything like that. So it's kind of like,
well, that could be Tryon. You know, yeah, they're definitely two different engines in the way that they run. But to Steve's point, if a glow plug screws you on a engine run in PA, it's the same thing. It screws you in a match in combat. You know, a glow plug could be your downfall in either one of those events, or even in racing or clown racing or speed or anything else. A glow plug is one component that can fail. So why would you, you know, you want to have your best shot at getting a good engine run no matter what event you're flying.
Yeah, and this is why I'm a little bit on your side, because I remember a certain year, I think it's somewhere between 96 and 98, when I went to the Nats and it was the fly-offs, and David Fitzgerald, his engine quit after the horizontal 8 or something like that in the fly-offs.
Ambiguously gay duo.
And
what? I heard that.
And he did that. I'm not sure if he lost or probably they allow him to put a new glow plug and
you do the wing over. It's an official play.
No, he's
yeah,
done.
something like that.
Yeah.
And so it does happen, but he's flying like hundreds of flights a year on one glow plug probably. So it's a different scenario. It's not. Anyways,
I don't know. I just, you know,
it happens. Yes.
Just think that glow plug may have cost him a national championship.
It might have. And
for $6.
I came into the conversation when Steve was talking about glow plugs and putting new ones in and stuff like that. And I was just adding to that by saying, I know a U.S. team member, combat guy, he's a 4-time national champion, and he's been on the U.S. team several times flying F2D, and the guy will not put up an airplane without putting a brand new glow plug in it. That's just what he does. So,
I guess I should worry about them more than I do. If I got a good one in practice, I don't change it before the contest.
Yeah, I don't, you know, me too. I'm the same. I was just adding to the conversation that I know a world champion and a national champion that will not put up a flight without putting a new plug in. That's just what he does, you know.
Well, you know, that's the same thing when I used to shoot trap. I always reloaded my own shells because I always said, oh, I know that, you know, what's in them and this and that and everything else. Until I got a bad box of primers and I lost 3 targets on failure to fire. You get 1. But horrible with failure to fires. After that, when I go to a big contest where I'm spending thousands of dollars, I'm shooting new shells that cost me $8 a box. I ain't worried about shooting $3 box shells.
Yeah.
Because
the upside to me of knowing this guy is I get to buy all his $5 glow plugs for $1 a piece because I get them for $1 from him. You know, because he flies them for practice, or he puts one flight in a match, and then they go into another little box, and he doesn't use them. And I'm like, I'll buy them for $1 a piece. You know.
Well, that was, you know, when we go to Brodak, I batteries or Samantha.
I love your bat.
I break them all in, and new batteries go there because I've had batteries fail in practice where they go bad. You don't know when you're going to lose a battery. There's only so many charges in them and stuff like that, and they're all different. You go to a contest, it's new batteries. We went to the World Championships, 4 brand new batteries.
Leonard Burrell says Wendy crashed the 07 Nats with a bad plug. He says he's got that plane too. Yeah. Look at Doug.
What the hell are you doing, Doug? What are you smoking over there in Kansas, man?
What?
What are you smoking over there in Kansas?
Doing doping tonight.
You got a can of butyrate open over there, or you down on the Kansas hot diggity, or what?
He cut his camera.
Yeah, I lost my picture. There.
Hey, I was going to talk about my paper wiper tonight, but I'm going to save it for Monday because I might solve some of the problems I've got now. But it's getting late. We got a full house, and I hate to cut the show, but I'm gonna turn off the YouTube feed. I gotta go get something to eat.
Rusty, let's see your airplane, man. Come on.
I hadn't got it to show you. I just wanted to talk about it. I didn't bring it in the house. It's on the table out in the shop. But
we got the most people we've ever had on live video, man. You can't cut this off, dude.
Yeah, we got a full house right now. Well, I could see. Yeah, okay. We'll hang out for a little bit.
Rusty.
Yeah.
Talk is cheap.
Say what?
Talk is cheap. Show it.
Yeah, talk is cheap. That's what he said. Talk is cheap. Show it.
See it.
Come on, we gotta shame him. We gotta shame him into it.
Yeah, shame him into it. Go on. We'll
We made Charles go get his glow driver. Go get your airplane.
No,
I'm not walking out to the shop in the dark. I might fall down and hurt myself.
Okay.
Hey, Stephen McBride.
Yeah.
You're frozen there, but I got a friend request from somebody named Reuben McBride today. Who's that?
That's my dad.
Yeah.
Dad. All right.
That's my father.
Buddies now. So he must have seen me posting on the Maca page or the Balsa Models group or something like that.
Okay, yeah. That's my dad.
That's Dad. Okay. He looks younger than you.
Oh. Thanks.
Well, because I got the request and I clicked on the picture and I'm looking at him and I go, man, I think that's Steve's dad, but this guy looks pretty young.
Oh yeah, he does.
He's lived a cleaner life than Steven.
I was thinking it was your brother or something, maybe. I was
No,
like, they brothers?
that's my father.
Okay.
That's the man who told me everything about this hobby.
Well, he looks good. He's got some clean living going.
He takes good care of himself.
Yeah, he does. He looks like he takes good care of himself.
He doesn't slack off on his health. He takes care of himself and makes sure he checks with his doctors and does what he has to do and so forth. Then takes good care of himself.
Good. Have you got a chance to fly the Patriot again since we talked on Monday?
I haven't had a chance to fly it. I wanted to fly it last weekend, and the weather was terrible.
Okay.
So I haven't. And then during the week, I had work, so I didn't have the time to do it. By the time I got home, it was 5 o'clock. It got dark. But I'm going to take it out this weekend. This weekend, the weather says it's going to be nice. So the weather stays nice. I'm going to be out tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning with it.
Nice.
This weekend.
We're supposed to get 40-degree weather tomorrow.
I'm supposed to have about 64 to 68 degrees tomorrow.
Wow.
We're supposed to have in the middle 50s, but it's going to be 35-mile-an-hour wind.
It'll be about 40,
hang on to your hats for that one.
Yeah. Better get a kite.
Yeah.
About in lower 50s in the morning, so that'll work yet.
What are you building now, Tom?
A Prodac Seahawk Hurricane.
Oh, okay.
Shame of it is
getting ready to
right
get put together.
I got a short time to fly that.
Assemble it.
Steven, I hope
your
Patriot
there, and I got my Ruffy here. I'm petting my dog. You got your cat.
Who's got a cat?
What's that terrain?
Orange cat right there.
He come in to check you out.
Yeah.
All right, I went and got me a big hunk of ham to eat while
What's that, Ryan?
Are you hungry or are you rusty?
Say what?
Hungry are you?
Yeah, need some fuel.
Oh yeah. Hey, I got one for you.
I made some homemade chicken noodle
You guys
soup
see my dog, right?
yesterday.
Yeah, I put him in here as a pilot on this plane.
Well, I know that motor's set to run now. Hopefully, I go out to there tomorrow and everything just starts to dial in. I can turn it really easily.
Leonard Burrell says good night. Good night, Leonard. Thanks for coming, man.
Good night, Leonard.
So when are you going to fly that, Doug?
Man, I just got to jam some radio equipment in there. I got push rods for the elevator and rudder.
Okay.
And they're not cut off to whatever length they need to be, but
Can you use hardwood rails or?
one's carbon and one's just a straight metal rod.
Oh, to mount your servos, you're just going to use hardwood?
Yeah, probably just some laminated plywood strung across the side walls of the fuselage.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, they're just little dinky servos that take one screw on each end and then drop the servo probably tape it to the inside.
I didn't know if you had the little plastic tray thing with.
Oh, it's way too big. The tray is way too big for that. This thing is only, well, let's see. Can you see this little receiver?
Yeah.
So it's pretty small.
That full range?
Yeah. Yep.
That's with a spectrum receiver, right?
Yes, it is. So the fuselage is only 1 3/4 inches wide on the inside, something like that.
I didn't know if they made little, for the smaller servos, if they made the smaller servo trays.
Oh yeah, shoot, I don't know. My brother brought a plane over here that I fixed for him the other day. Yeah, it's 1.5 inches inside, and he had a new type of receiver that didn't have an antenna. It was an internal antenna or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no wires hanging out of it.
Steve, you know what I do with those micro servos? I wrap them. You wrap them in Scotch tape so that you can get the glue off them after. But on all the electric stuff with the micro servos that Sam and I are flying, we wrap them in Scotch tape and then we just use a hot glue gun to just glue them right into place. And that keeps them in place, and because they don't have enough torque to work loose or come out of there. And then when you crash the plane and the plane is toast, you just peel the Scotch tape off them, and then the servo is ready to put into the next one.
Do you put the tape on inside out so the sticky's on the outside?
No,
you just glue the outside of the tape to the.
Wrap them in Scotch tape and then hot glue them in wherever they're going. And then you can use you hit them with a gun a little bit and then just use an X-Acto knife and peel the Scotch tape off. But you can hot melt glue gun electric stuff for RC all day long.
Yeah. I did that before on stuff, but I was just wondering if you put the tape on so the sticky side was out so you didn't have to peel it off the servo when you're done.
I got some new servos. They're just small, 70-inch out. I mean, that's more than we'd have on retract servos back in the day. Great big ones.
Yeah.
It's just hard to believe how much power
they got a lot of torque, man. They do. They have a lot of torque, and they're cheap, man. They're I buy them from Hobby King. They're like $2.50 a piece, man. They're $2.11 if you buy 10 or more.
One of the things I found about the little servos for electric airplanes is when you put them behind an internal combustion engine, they fail.
Well, no, I'm not talking about.
I have brand new micro servos.
I'm talking about using them on electric airplanes.
Right, but you know,
hot gluing
try to
them.
get a cheap servo that will work behind a motor, an engine. You know,
Yeah.
You're paying a little more than 97 cents.
I have brand new, never used micro servos.
Never used what?
The micro servos, I have about 5 or 6 of them brand new. I'll never use.
Yeah, they're
Send them to Wichita. Send them to Wichita. We are full the gamut of modeling over here. Tomorrow is the Free Flight Club meeting.
Send them to Nashville to a 10-year-old kid starting to fly RC.
Hey, we asked first. Tomorrow's the Free Flight Club meeting. I got to go to that. Pat, you want to go?
Free flight and 35-mile-an-hour wind. That'll be fun.
No, it's just a meeting. Just a meeting.
Oh,
a dinner meeting.
Pat and Doug, are you going to the Nats this year? Is that what I heard? You guys are traveling together to the Nationals?
I think so. Yeah.
Boy, that sounds like a plan.
Precision aerobatics.
Yeah, we're gonna give it a shot as long as Doug doesn't take his cowboy hat.
So, yeah, no, he won't be allowed to take that there, I guess.
I put an arrow through it, you know.
What events? What will you be flying?
Probably just, I don't know what we're gonna do yet. We're just going probably for just to hang out and have some fun, and I don't know what classes yet.
Well, I mean, what level will you be flying?
They don't do old-time stunt up there, do they? They don't do old-time stunt, do they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do old-time and classic, I think, like Monday, Tuesday. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I didn't think that was an official event, really.
It's not. It's an unofficial event that they fly on Mondays and Tuesdays, I think, because PA doesn't start till Wednesday. So they fly unofficial. I think they fly. It might not be. I think they fly old time, classic, profile. I'm pretty sure they fly all that stuff as a SIG event on Monday and Tuesday. There's control line stunt on Monday and Tuesday. That's not PA. They fly it as a SIG event, unofficial event. Yeah.
So what do they start? Beginner and then advanced and intermediate? And
no, I don't think there's skill classes for that stuff. I think it's just the event and you just fly it. Beginner and intermediate is on Sunday before the Nats ever start, which is also unofficial event. It's a SIG event. But
special interest group.
Beginner PA and an intermediate PA, and you can fly any airplane you want. It's precision aerobatics, beginner and intermediate. They're flown on the grass circles on Sunday. But then Monday, when the Nats kick off, I do believe they fly old-time stunt in either classic or N30 or two other unofficial PA events.
Have to bone up on Tuesday. What's the requirements there.
I don't know. Hey, Doug.
Yeah?
I got these from Graupner. 100-inch ounce servos. These little things.
What's their physical size? I can't tell.
They are,
you know, like 3/4 by half by inch or something. What, just roughly?
Yeah, these are all in probably millimeters. 32 by 20. 3. 32 width and 16 width and 32 long.
Yeah. And how tall?
Overall height is 33.
Dang, that's pretty freaking small.
That's what I said. This is for a 100-inch ounce.
Oh, crap, really? Damn, that'd tear the hinges off my little plane.
I can't believe the size. You know, this is going to go into a 12-pound airplane. But
wow. I remember when we were fighting, 28-ounce things for a 40 size airplane.
Oh, I know it.
And then somehow they got 48 ounces out of them, and then 64. Crap.
I forget what I was paying for JR cordless servos that were 48-inch ounce.
Doesn't matter. Ounce inch.
Just paying for like $60 a piece.
Yeah.
It was just crazy.
Are those Metal Gear? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
No kidding.
Gear. Cordless.
And what did you give for them? You remember?
I think they're $30-some a piece.
Yeah. They'll probably last a long time though. They're 6-volt, I imagine, too.
4, yeah, or 6, either one. 6-volt is 103.
Yeah.
So I always run 6 anyway. So.
Yeah, that's the standard now.
Hey, Doug.
Since that new battery technology came on board.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to say good night.
Okay,
Tryon. Okay, Tryon.
Good night. Good.
See you, man. Thanks for all the information.
Hey,
Good night.
Spring break.
It's in 2 weeks or so.
Samantha's is next week. So
yeah.
Yeah, ours is next week too. Tryon, I look forward to meeting your son when he starts to fly. I hope him and Sam can get together and fly some airplanes someday. I think
awesome, man. That'll be awesome.
Yeah,
that'll be awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna take some time off on in May, late May, early June, to go and build another one. I'm gonna go take a week off to go build another plane. I'm gonna take that with me to the Nats, and that's what I'm gonna fly next year. I mean this year.
You're gonna come up to Chicago to build it, or you're gonna?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll stop by and see you. Get up that close.
Okay.
We'll see you, Tryon.
All right. Cool. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Doug and Pat, I just looked at the Stunthangar list of events that Mark Weiss posted for the Nats. Their classic Nostalgia 30 and Old Time Stunt will be flown on Tuesday, is what he has listed.
What are the qualifiers for that? Is there anything?
There's no qualifier. It's an unofficial event, and there's no beginner, intermediate, expert, advanced. It's classic, Old Time Stunt, and Nostalgia 30. They're unofficial events. There's no skill classes.
Does it say anything about appearance by chance?
No appearance or anything.
Huh.
He didn't say anything about it, but Steve's been there, so he knows.
Yeah, last year I did the pull test for him, so.
Yeah.
What kind of a machine or whatever do they use for pull tests there?
They got some kind of barbell thing, man.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that contraption.
It tells what you got to pull, so when I did it, you set the weight, and then you just pull it, raises it up, light comes on, you're good.
Okay. Have you ever seen the
10 times what your plane weighs? Is that what it is?
Yeah, how much your plane weighs and it's times whatever.
Yeah, there's a factor. Have you ever seen the Tulsa glue daubers unit that they use? It's a really slick little deal. It has a weight that's a sliding thing on a track. It's got a track in it on a pointer, and so you set your airplane weight on that pointer number. And gosh, now I can't explain it, but there's a little flag that is locked into that because of it. And when you pull, your handle's stuck to the machine thingy, and when you pull on your airplane, it goes doink, and the flag drops down.
Okay.
And, man, it's perfect every time. And
how's that go again?
What?
Doink.
Boing.
Doink.
Well, that's why I like the combat pull tester they have at Huntersville. It's set for, doesn't matter the plane's weight. Everybody gets pulled the same. It doesn't matter on combat. You got to pull to 35 pounds. So when you pull, it just comes up. That's it. You hit it.
Yeah, this one it's set, and so you pull to your weight, and as soon as you hit your weight, it's done.
Yeah,
and it works.
VSC the guys at VSC at Tucson, they have a nice pull test set up the way theirs where it is set up, and they set the weight for where your weights are, and they set the weights on there, which are freehand weights, and when it lifts up, when you hit your weight, it just lifts up slightly, and they call it for you right there. That's a nice setup they have.
So, Pat and Doug, again, if you come to the Nats, what are you coming to fly the unofficial events, or are you going to fly precision aerobatics too?
I don't think I'm good enough for official
probably
stuff.
Yeah, probably the first year we're just going to get there, fly unofficial stuff, and just kind of check it out and
just kind of
tear up
all the other competition.
Go through the motions.
Does that mean beginner and intermediate, or the other unofficial?
Probably.
I was thinking old time stunt.
Old time stunt. Yeah. Okay. What about you, Pat? What's your skill level in PA?
I think I can probably old time or probably by then probably advanced, something like that.
Advanced. Okay, so not intermediate or beginner on Sunday. And
which skill?
Whole different pattern. But
which skill level?
You'll fly advanced on Wednesday. You would enter advanced on Wednesday.
Which skill level is the first one after beginner?
Intermediate.
That would be the clip fly in a real setting.
That would be the what?
That would be the
fly in a
that'd be about the only one I could attempt to compete in the real.
Well,
the real world.
That's an unofficial event, and that's on Sunday before the Nats officially kick off on Monday for control line. That event is on Sunday. That's is beginner and intermediate is on Sunday, is an unofficial event.
And then they have what? Advanced and open, right?
Line on Monday. So,
and then you said old time stunt was Tuesday?
Yeah. What they do is Sunday starts it off, and you have beginner, intermediate. Monday is everybody taking their planes to have them scored and stuff looks. So
right.
Flying that day. Then Tuesday, the SIG events start, which is old time, nostalgia 30, and classic.
Yes.
Wednesday starts PA. Advance only flies Thursday or Wednesday, Thursday, and if you qualify for the fly-offs on Friday,
right?
Where open goes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the fly-off is on Saturday.
Correct. Yes.
Huh.
So
that was my question to you and Pat: are you going to show up, like get there on Saturday to fly Sunday's events, or are you going to wait so you can fly on Tuesday for classic, old time, and nostalgia 30? Because if you want to fly intermediate,
Saturday,
you want to be there on Sunday or Saturday to show up, Sunday to fly. Because intermediate is just a 1-day 2 flights and then it's done. Same.
Steve, what are they doing? One official flight a day?
No, 2.
2 officials a day?
2 officials by noon. There's never that many people to where this whole thing is over by 12 o'clock. They start at 9 and they went through, and then the second.
God dang, I don't get up that early.
Yeah. But
I don't get up that early when I'm camping.
Intermediate and beginner is all run in one day. It's like it's over by 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Even open and done by noon?
How would it look about a 55-year-old fart flying beginner?
You wouldn't be the only one.
Right here, I'm 54.
Doug, you wouldn't be the only one. I'll tell you what. Because Sam flew beginner the last 3 years at the Nats. Samuel did. And there was like maybe, I think the biggest year, there was 4 juniors there last year in beginner. But there was 10 grown-ass men flying beginner. And, I mean, grown men, anywhere from
I was
years old.
I was 51 when I flew beginner at the Nats.
I was 57 when I flew at Huntersville.
Beginner is full up of old men. There was only 4 juniors because Mike Scott brought 3 juniors from Texas last year. And then I had Samuel there. Sam won beginner last year. He won the Eagles Nest Trophy, the Allen Brickhouse Trophy. Sam won beginner last year.
Now with the Nets,
but there was still 10 adults flying beginner. And
is that a perpetual trophy?
We had in intermediate we had 1 or 2 seniors, teenagers, and then there was probably 18 adults in intermediate. So, Doug, you would not look silly flying beginner at the Nats at 50-some years old.
No, I'm going to be flying at the Nats this year. I'm a beginner still.
I flew beginner at 57 the first time I flew it at Huntersville.
Yeah, Pat, you could fly beginner at the Nats as well if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. That's probably what'll happen.
Right?
Is that Allen Brickhouse trophy a perpetual trophy, or does Sam keep it?
No, it's sitting in my office right now, man. Like, it's huge, man. And he gets a little plaque with his name. I got to have it engraved. I got to take it to the bowling alley and have his name engraved and stick it on for his year. But yeah,
then you take it back.
I got to take it back. I got to take it back next year because Sam can't fly beginner next year because he won it last year. So Samuel has to fly intermediate this year.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, Samantha's name is on that trophy, man. She won it.
It's a real bear because once they win Nats, they're bumped to intermediate at all contests, or she was.
Yeah.
And she couldn't fly the whole pattern.
Right. That's where Samuel is. He's in the same boat.
It's a bear to go to these contests when, she couldn't. But one time she took second in intermediate and couldn't fly the whole pattern.
Yeah.
So she could do real well.
Yeah. But I want to get back to Doug and Pat here. Listen, man, if you can't fly the whole stunt pattern, come and fly beginner at the Nats. You won't be the only old guys flying just the beginner pattern at the Nats. I'm telling you, there's 10 or 12 guys.
And it almost pays for your trip for the stuff you get for flying.
Yeah, because the prize table at the Nats is insane. And every beginner, whether you're a kid or an old man, the prize table has engines, built airplanes with engines ready to fly, kits up the wazoo. And every beginner, how you place, so they go through they let the kids go first. If they're kids, first, second, third, the kids go first. And then all the adults that place in beginner after that get to go walk out into the field and pick up an engine, a kit, an airplane, a field box, a gallon of fuel, a set of lines, a handle. There's like 100 prizes out there for the beginner entrance.
The first year Samantha and I went, she made me fly because she didn't want to fly if I didn't fly, whatever. So
That's nice when they do that because I was big on Allen Brickhouse's part that he always did that for the Nats.
With 10 kits, 2 fully built airplanes, 6 motors, handles. You can't believe the stuff we came home with. I still have kits that I've never built from when we won all that stuff that first year.
Wow.
Here is Sam walked away with this last year from winning beginner. This airplane built, ready to fly, LA-46 on it, ready to go. It's called a Showtime. Dick Imhoff built this airplane.
Oh yeah, yep.
And he donated this to the prize table last year, and Sam won first place, and that's what he took home with him from the Nats last year. Now, and there was probably 5 fully built stunt planes ready to go on the prize table from the Nats last year.
And he liked the yellow one.
What's Calvin pissing on?
What do you think? It's Dick Imhoff, man. He's pissing on a quadcopter on the man.
Oh, and that's the spider. That's the super spider.
Oh, really?
Yep.
No, it's the Showtime.
It's he called it the Showtime, but it's a super spider with flaps.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep. That's basically a flapped spider.
That's a nice looking plane.
But yeah, I didn't know what your skill level was, Pat and Doug, on PA.
I can get around the circle, just
Is it a grass circle or a concrete circle?
It's grass. We fly. They've got some well manicured grass circles, and I would say whatever your skill level, if you're at the beginner skill level and you can fly the beginner pattern, you should make sure you're there on Sunday and enter beginner at the Nats, man, because it's a hoot and it's a lot of fun, and the prize table alone is worth the price of entry, man.
Absolutely, it's fun as hell.
So you think it to Brodak too, then?
I'm sorry.
I was asking them too if they're going to Brodak.
Is it the next week?
That's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's Carmichael.
Man, Pennsylvania. That's a long ways from Oz, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be worth it. You'll have more fun there and stuff, and the people are the nice.
Trying to put 2 contests like that together in one summer, especially that close together, is because that's in June, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then
Nats
July.
4 weeks later is the Nats. Yep.
Yeah. See, that's not really going to happen there.
I know it's too close, isn't it?
Yeah, need some recovery time.
Yeah.
Fiduciary responsibilities would not permit that expenditure.
Yeah, I think that's the only 2 contests that we're going to do this year.
Yeah, they are really close together, and it's hard to do one in 1 month and one in the next month. But the way I look at it, I got a 10-year-old that's into this shit, so I'm doing.
He's chomping at the bit to do it.
Well, yeah. In addition to Huntersville and Paducah and Detroit,
she did.
Yeah. Right now, when Samantha was little and you guys went to all kinds of contests, you tried to hit all of them you can,
Yeah, we got Tulsa Glue Daubers contest is a good one for us around here. It's only an hour and 48 minutes away, according to GPS or something.
Well, yeah, of course, you always hit the local stuff, but I mean the 2 big tomatoes. Let's face it, man. The 2 big tomatoes in our hobby is Brodak and the Nats. Those are the 2.
What's the VSC
East Coast?
Week-long events.
Yeah, when you're on the East Coast.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand. I know you guys. You're out there in California, man. That's rough on you, and even
not far.
That's a hard deal to hit to go all the way.
Yeah, Charles is shipping his airplane down.
To get to the Nats, that's far from here.
Even to go to the Nats, yeah. Well, it sucks to be you, man, and I'm sorry that you don't live close.
Well, no, I mean, I got out here. I have the Golden State Stunt Championship, which is one of the biggest events that's out here. And then we have VSC, which is another big event, which is on the week of the 19th.
So
week of the 19th of this month, and then we got the local contests that are always at Whittier. You got the Palmer event and so forth, which are your local events. If you want to go to another big event, which is almost like a mini nationals, is the Northwest Regionals.
Right. You guys, I mean, yeah, you have a lot of awesome events on the West Coast that I'll never get to go to. So it's kind of the same boat, you know. I don't get to do all those West Coast and Pacific Northwest events. And it's
I'd love to see the guys over on the East Coast again and see Brodak.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go.
Hard for you to come to the NAS.
See you later.
Okay, see you later, Tom. Thanks for coming.
See you, Tom.
I'd like to go to Brodak again and see all the people out there I knew and that whole setup. When I understand Brodak, you know, John Brodak's getting up in age and having health issues now. That may be ending soon too.
There's probably a pretty good chance this will be the last year for Brodak.
Right. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing he has some health issues and they ain't getting better. So that's where that is, and that's going to end there. So it's always going to be a memory.
Yeah. Well, I think if anything happens out of the Brodak flying and the Brodak fly-in ending will be increased Nats participation. Because, you know, just like we're talking about, it's hard to go to a bunch of contests every year. It costs a bunch of money, especially if you're driving and flying and you're paying for a hotel. And it is hard to go to Brodak's in June and then go to the Nats in July. You know, a lot of people
every contest you go to, you're showing out $1,000 or more? Sure.
What's that?
Every contest you go to, you're showing almost $1,000 to or more?
You know? I mean, my Brodak hotel room is $800 for the week. My Nats hotel room is $700 for the week. That's not counting driving to get there.
Sure.
Gas, another $300 or so to each event, and then eating out. You know, you can just pretty much budget $50 a day for 8 days or whatever you're there. So yeah, easily $1,000, $1,500.
And everything fly off the table.
Because I changed over with jobs, I had to cut my time short on my VSC trip this year. Where I usually take 4 to 5 days, I dropped it down to 3 days. But still, that's going to cost me with $300, $350 just for a room. Tank of gas there and tank of gas back, plus eating and all that stuff. You're done. You're getting 6, 7 bills.
What it is though, it's not the table you eat; it's the table where all the kits and engines and stuff sit on that cost you a lot of money.
Yeah. Do you go to the Northwest Regionals, Steve?
I've been always wanting to. I haven't gone to it yet.
Like up where they have the bladder grapple in.
Yeah, I've been wanting to go to the Northwest Regionals. And I keep putting it off because my boss that I was working for was a real asshole, and I couldn't get the time off from him. And he was also a cheap scumbag. So that didn't work out too well as far as that was concerned. But now I changed over jobs. So I wasn't able to make this year's, but I may be able to make next year's now because I got a lot better job opportunity that I'm focused with now.
Where do they fly the Northwest Regionals? What city?
I don't know what city it is. I just know it's in Oregon.
I think it's at Roseburg. I think it's Roseburg, Oregon.
Roseburg, Oregon. Okay.
I think that's what it is.
Okay, so you know about the bladder grabber, the fast combat event?
Yeah.
That's in Snohomish, Washington. And I know guys from Michigan that drive there to the grabber every year. And it's been, I think, 38 or 39 years or something like that. They've been having the bladder grabber in Snohomish, Washington. That's the big block fast combat event.
That's a long drive.
High performance.
Well, it takes me off.
Steve, there's like 3 guys from Detroit that drive to Snohomish, Washington every year in August for the grabber.
What's that, 3 days driving?
Yeah.
3 days.
You know, they
Right.
do it in 2.
8 hours of driving time.
They do it in 2. You know, I'm sure they're
hauling ass and they're not stopping.
Their magic trucker unicorn powder to get there.
That's why they call it a bladder grabber.
It would take us, with all in all we calculate, it would take us, it was a 3-day travel to get out there.
Yeah.
It would take us 3 days to get out there. Same like if I wanted to go to Brodak, it would take me 3 days, 3.5 days to get out to Brodak from here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to meeting Doug in person and Pat in person at the Nats this summer, man. And Charles.
And Charles.
Charles says he wants to go.
Yeah, it's amazing how many real life friends we make just from meeting here on the internet and then face to face at the events.
Oh,
that's one of the greatest things about the whole hobby.
Well, it is.
Well, I can tell you, you'll be summarily
Y'all stop stepping on each other.
I can tell you, you will be summarily not impressed when you meet me.
I already have low expectations anyway, man.
There. You're right there. You're on board then.
I'm hoping to have the baby bi-winger built so we can fly that in the field at Muncie.
Oh yeah, I ought to bring mine. Yeah.
But you should have low expectations of my building skills when you see the airplane. So there's that. But the other side is, if you go to the Nats and you're there on Steve, is it Wednesday night? Steve and Samantha put on a big feed bag for everybody, and we get hamburgers and hot dogs and baked beans at Steve's camper at the Nats.
It's gone.
Huh.
They got a hole in the roof, and it got full of black mold, and they totaled it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, that won't stop you from bringing out a stove and a tent and cooking for
that was always a big thing that, me and Dick would cook all kinds of hamburgers and hot dogs and brats.
It was a great social event, man.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do this year for sure. If I'm going to get a motel or if I'm going to rent a camper or I have no idea.
I think you should rent a camper or buy another one so you can still host the cookout.
I tell you what, that camper is a bigger loss of money than a car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When they paid me off, it's like it cost $15,000 to have this damn thing for 7 years. I'm like, holy shit. I didn't realize they drop like a rock.
They do.
Depreciate bad, huh?
It's just like a boat.
Depreciated.
Oh, yeah. The depreciation was just crazy. And I mean, it got used it got used, 7 or 8 times. Only time I ever used was when I took it to the Nats.
Was it one of those full bus campers?
No, it was a big, it was a 29-foot bunkhouse. Hell, a damn thing would sleep 8 or 9 people. We, take a stay or whatever, and we had cookouts and stuff. I bought it because my dad wanted to go camping, and then his dementia hit so bad, he got all paranoid. He went one time in it. So I had a smaller one before that, and then he ended up dying the same year. So the thing never made it out of my yard. And in a big storm, it cut a hole in the roof, and I didn't know it. And 2 years ago, we got down there, and Dick's like, man, there's water dripping on my bed. And it's like, so we went up there on the roof, and it was all screwed up. So we went and got some Leakender 2000 or something and sprayed all that crap on it, made it through the Nats. I took it in to get the roof fixed, figuring on the insurance to fix the roof. They looked at it and they showed me mold had grown down into the under part of it where the water had ran down before it dripped on the bed. It got so soaked.
Is that a thing they call, excuse me, Steve, is that a thing they call a fifth wheel?
No, it was a fifth wheel, but I just pulled it with my truck.
The tag along. He had a tag along.
Oh, you had the bumper hitch? You had the frame hitch?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's thinking the one you put the fifth wheel on, which goes in the center of the bed.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what a fifth wheel is? I always wondered what that meant.
Rusty, it's called a gooseneck. Just like a semi truck is a fifth.
Yeah.
trailer.
Yeah.
Or a camper that hooks into this bed of the pickup truck. They call it a gooseneck or a fifth wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And this, and the thing, he was not like that.
And
no, mine was a regular. It was the second longest travel trailer you could buy.
Right. You can go up to like 36 feet with a travel trailer on a hitch on a bumper.
Yeah.
Huh.
Several years ago.
You're pulling it with what, a 350 then?
Yeah.
What's that?
You're pulling it with what, a 350 at least?
Well, you need a V8 for sure.
Yeah. Well, my Nissan, what the hell is it? 5.3 liter. Our Nissans are.
That's a 302.
Yeah.
It's
100 or whatever.
But it's got 300 and I don't know, 40 horsepower or whatever.
That's good.
I pulled my old camper with that thing down the road at 95 miles an hour.
Holy shit!
I'm driving a Titan.
That thing's moving.
I still drive a Titan because you had a Titan the year I met you. You had a Titan.
I still have it. My 2004. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Pro 4 Titan, and I sold my camper last year. I had a 30-foot Jayco tag along, just like yours. No slide outs, no bump outs or anything. But I had a 30-foot Jayco that was a Katrina FEMA trailer.
Oh, okay.
My last camper was a 30-foot Jayco. It was a FEMA trailer from Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. You remember they set up all those campers down there for displaced people?
Yeah.
So I forget what year Katrina was, but like 4 years after that, the camper company here in Nashville bought 200 FEMA trailers. 200 campers that were all FEMA trailers from Katrina. And they brought them up to a lot in Nashville. And some of these people had lived in them for like 3 and 4 years. Like lived in them with their kids, with their dogs, with their cats.
Holy shit.
Whatever.
Oh, those guys, they have the trailer parks out here. They do that out here. That's standard living.
You guys must.
These were all, hold on, let me finish. These were all temporary housing for displaced hurricane victims. And they bought 200 of these things, towed them up to Nashville. And the price, they were $5,000 a piece. They were all $5,000. Didn't matter what it was, what the shape was, they were all identical. Everyone was identical, bought by FEMA from Jayco. They were all identical. And they brought 200 of them to a camper sales place here in Nashville. I crawled through like 50 of these things, man, looking for the deal. Some of them, like I said, cats, dogs, people, smokers, crackheads, no windows. And I found like 2 that had never been lived in. They still had the paperwork in the oven and the paperwork in the microwave. Like they hadn't been touched. Nobody lived in
it.
You got one for $5,000?
They were $5,000. They were all there was no negotiation. There was no dickering. There was no dickering on price. It was, listen, you pick your trailer, it's $5,000. That's the deal. So
you guys must be Republicans to have that kind of money.
No, we just work hard, man. That's all. Dude, this was like 10 years ago when I bought this thing, man.
Republican.
And I just sold it a year before last or whatever. We had it for 7 years, and I just sold it a year or 2 ago.
You never brought.
Anyway, in this lot of 200 trailers, I found 2 that had not been lived in. They were brand new. They'd never been lived in.
Wow.
I showed up there, and I couldn't get my money out of the bank fast enough to go back and pay for this thing, man.
Right.
Because they were, like I said, they were all $5,000. It was a flat price. It was.
So did you get it? Did you get one of those 2?
I got one of those 2, and we used it for 7 years, and I sold it year before last. I sold it.
Probably for more money than you paid for it.
Well, that Jayco, that 30-foot Jayco listed for $17,500 when they were new. I can tell you exactly what it was. A 2006 Jayco. It was a 2006 Jayco, and I bought it in 2010 for $5,000.
Wow.
I sold it 2 summers ago for $7,000.
Wow.
I used it for 7 years and made 2 G's.
I used it. My family and I camped in that trailer for 7 years, and I sold it for 2,000 more. When I listed it on Craigslist, I put it up for 7 G's, and I had like 25 phone calls the first day. And the first lady that showed up handed me 7 G's.
To the Nats and park next to us.
Heck yeah.
Sam likes
Hot
to
dogs.
stay in a hotel with a swimming pool, man.
Pick us up on your way down there too.
If kids want swimming pools, I can vouch for that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't have anywhere, but we're talking about campers, and Steve, they are a money pit, man, and you do lose money on them.
No,
yeah, you do.
And I've had
not your deal.
Campers. I've had a couple of pop-ups and a couple of Airstreams and stuff like that. But my last Jayco, the Hurricane Katrina FEMA trailer, was a moneymaker for me, man.
Yeah.
We used it and sold it, and I made money on it. It wasn't a leaker. It never leaked. Never had any issues with it. Cold air, good fridge, good stove. But, yeah, you lose your ass on them if you buy one brand new. You just lose your ass right off the lot.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if I used it. If I'd have used it more, it would have been worth it. But it got used once a year, you know.
Yeah.
Samantha stayed in it every year.
We camped in ours. We made a point because before we bought this thing, we said if we're not going to go camping at least 4 times a year, it's not worth it. So we always made sure we did 2 one-week camping trips, usually one in June and one in August for a week or 10 days, and then a couple of weekend trips, you know, because owning a camper, paying 25 or 30 grand for a big ass trailer like that you only use a couple times a year, it's insane. Buy a used one. That's what I say.
It got used more next to my garage. I'd plug it in, and Samantha would have slumber parties, and they'd pack like 6 or 7 girls in that trailer. They could cook popcorn while I had the microwave, TV, the surround system, had all that. They'd go out there and have their sleepovers in that thing.
I bet they had boys in it.
I bet you they didn't.
Hey, this is the T-shirt show for tonight here.
Purple shirt. Purple and white shirt, right?
Well, yeah. But I think I've had all the entertainment I can stand for tonight. And I'm gonna call it for me.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, we're gonna see you at the Nats, right, Doug? We're gonna see you at the Nats.
Well, we'll work on making that happen. We gotta
get your rooms booked now, because there's a triathlon going on that week in Muncie. Don't screw around and wait till the last minute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be a pain.
There's a triathlon. There's an Ironman thing that always coincides, and it's happening this year during the Nats. So get a room while you can. Get on Expedia and get something booked.
We'll put some attention on that. We'll start trying to figure out what we're doing then.
Yeah, you need to. I look forward to doing some free flight with you, man.
Yeah, I'll remember to bring some of those airplanes.
Bring your rough stuff. Bring the gassers, man. We get out and screw around with that stuff. It's great, man.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Signing off, fellers.
Okay, dude. See you Monday.
Up to 1:30 here, so.
Yeah, I'm taking off too, guys.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm glad y'all made me hang in there. All I had to do was go refuel a little bit, and I was good to go.
There you go. All right, Pat. Look forward to meeting you, man, at the Nats.
All right, we'll see you there.
Take it easy, Pat. Bye.
I'll tell you. all about what I do to the Hyper when we come back Monday, and I'll bring it in the house so I can show it. Since, as it was pointed out to me, that talk is cheap.
Talk is cheap.
That's damn sure, Rusty. I can't believe you're talking about it. You pull a Charles and leave it so outside of where you at.
Well, I got my glow igniter on the kitchen table if you want to see that.
I got one for sale.
What, a glow igniter?
Glow igniter. Yep.
I got two of them.
It's a special stunt version.
Mine is too. Mine is too. I got a nickel metal hydride in it.
No, it's got a lanyard on it with a string, so you can't leave the field without it.
Oh, good idea.
It's got a lanyard, you know?
Yeah.
I like that. That's pretty
that
cool.
way, when it gets in a prop, it'll rip your hand into it too.
Well, so you don't lose it.
So excited about going to the Nats. He's packing his stuff already. He's got it in his car.
I'll be at the beach. Let's see. No, I was going to say I'll be at the beach when y'all are at Brodak. That's usually the case, but going to the beach later this year.
Man, Rusty, I wish you could catch Brodax this year.
Oh, I do too. I'm lucky that I've got such nice places to fly here, but nothing compares to Brodak. You know, I got Triple Tree within an hour of my house, but still, I'd love to go to Brodak.
Yeah, that was the funnest time I've ever had.
I might see you at Triple Tree this year, man.
I hope so.
Yeah, we'll get Charles at the Nats, and then we can give him crap in person.
Yeah, I hope I'm able to put some decent flights up. I think my legs are going to be fine. I got a weird neck problem, but I'm going to ignore that and hope it goes away.
Oh, good.
After
you
that,
just gonna hop up into
I don't even
advanced,
want to hang out with them northern guys anymore.
We'll see.
Rusty, you think you're gonna just bounce right into advanced, or are you gonna fly some intermediate first?
I'm sick of flying intermediate. I really don't want to, so I'll probably go ahead and go on into advanced because you're going to be there. Wayne will be in there, probably if he's not judging, and so maybe I can not come in last or something. Maybe I can. I'm just hoping I can fly the full pattern. I worry about doing the straight overhead stuff because I won't be able to see the plane when it's up there, but I'll have to do like you combat guys do and just fly it by feel when it's up top.
Eyes off, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one thing, Rusty, is you'll kind of know before the contest how well you're flying and how well you're getting around. If you know you don't get a lot of time to practice or whatever, you might want to fly intermediate. If you get back into it quick, I mean, you flew good when we were down there last year.
Yeah, I'm a lot better now than I was that day.
Yeah, so it may come back really quick, and you'll be right back, where you're at before.
The only thing I worry about, I don't want to fall down on that pavement, but maybe if I feel like that's a problem, I might get somebody to stand out there with me. But I think I'll probably be okay. I believe right now I could probably get out there and fly a plane, minus the overheads. I still am a little dubious about trying that, but just to get my confidence back, I'm going to have to try it. And so in April, I should be able to get a couple of days out there and practice and see what I
can. Work yourself into it to see how far back you can bring it. You can bring yourself over.
I'll work up to it. I think between now and Huntersville, I should get 2 or 3 days out in the field.
Well, Rusty, even if you don't have the range to do this with your arm, just learn to fly it down here.
Yeah, well, my arm's not a problem. My right arm will go up here. That's my flying arm. My left arm doesn't, but it's my neck and being able to look back and whether or not I've got the balance. And so we'll just have to see how that works.
Well, Samantha always tries to fly right up over her head.
Yeah.
When we were there at the World Championships, you need to fly that plane in front of you. It needs to go up over in front of the judges. That doesn't have to come over your head.
You just got to have enough room to make the bottom turn, like in the hourglass and the vertical 8.
Yeah, that's one thing that Samantha was doing wrong. I mean, everybody picked up on it. They're like, you're trying to fly it right up over your head. Fly it out in front of you so you can see it a few feet. But you set it up for the judges to fly straight over the judges. It doesn't have to fly straight over you.
Yeah.
It makes it a whole lot easier to see without bending your neck and flipping around and stuff like that because it's out in front of you.
Yep.
Both ways. And you can't believe how much better she did on her overheads. She didn't get that damn twitch when she tried to spin up there, keeping it in front of her a little bit. You know, keep it 20 feet in front of you, but a couple feet out in front of you so that you can, you can see it. It doesn't have to come right over your head.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, when's the last time you flew PA in a control line contest?
2011. I flew the beginner. I took 6th. As Samantha said, I took last. But I told her, I said, it doesn't say last on my trophy. It says 6th place.
Oh, because they had trophies to 6th.
Yeah. Little paper trophy thing. But yeah, so the little frame. I got it. I'm like, it says 6th place. It doesn't say nothing about last.
So did you ever fly like intermediate or advanced or expert? Did you ever get to that point in control line?
I can't fly the whole pattern.
You can't fly the whole pattern. Okay.
No. I'm gonna see if now that I got my eyes fixed, if I'm gonna be able to, if that's the problem.
Yeah, I was about to say, you said you could fly a lot better since you got your eyes fixed. So
I'm hoping I can, because I don't know why I was flying actually better than Samantha. And then I had everything but inverted flight. And I had problems with coming in. I really didn't need it for beginner, but I could fly the whole I could do everything in the beginner pattern. I was just
But you were RC pattern guy. You flew pattern RC.
Right.
Pattern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seaplanes. Yeah.
And then you got into control line for Samantha. So
yeah, she wanted to do control line. So
okay.
And then I was flying well, and then all of a sudden I couldn't fly. I kept hitting the ground. It's like I had no depth perception, but when I got my left eye fixed, the eye doctor said it was so bad I had 0 depth perception. They tested me for it. So I'm thinking that when my eyes started going bad is when all of a sudden I couldn't fly anymore.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm going to try a hard point handle this year and see if that doesn't help my game, but I'll start back off with my cable handle first and then hook up the hard point and see how I do. Samantha said she did better immediately when she started using the hard point.
Yeah,
it's a total different. It's totally different. You'll like the hard point handle right off the bat as opposed to using lead outs.
What I found out when I went to the hard point handle, the planes went in just as hard as with cables.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The reaction of the stop is the same.
Yeah, they hit the ground at the same speed and everything. It was crazy.
Wow.
And the reaction is the same too. Parts fly everywhere.
You just hit it with a little more precision.
Well, yeah, I went from flying one plane a whole year to like totaling 3 or 4 a year. I mean, I just keep crashing. That was a joke. The ground's higher here in Michigan than it is in other places. But yeah, I mean, instead of flying better, I flew worse and worse and worse.
You should just fly combat, Steve. If you can't see and you can't fly the whole pattern, you should just fly combat.
Just go up there and
yeah. It's more fun. You don't have to worry about the shapes of your maneuvers. Just go up there and wreck a bunch of stuff. You got a handle in your hand and you're flying and you're having fun. Just fly combat, man.
Well, I had some combat airplanes I was trying to fly, and that's what Dick was saying. You know, we'll see if, you know, they're out there, you know where the airplane's at.
Yeah.
And he was right. I always knew when it hit the ground. That damn airplane was at.
Yeah, but you know when it's over your head and behind you too, you can still feel it, you know?
Like, you're left-handed?
Yeah, Mike's left-handed.
Yeah.
He's a
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah.
softball.
Same here.
It seems like it's a lot harder to fly left-handed.
No,
It's different.
I can fly right-handed too if I wanted to. I do it sometimes.
I do it for fun. But
I should probably
I'm not
try
gonna
to see if I can
practice
craft
with
as
it.
good left-handed as I can right-handed.
I've never tried it. If I ever do try left-handed, I'm going to try flying correctly instead of like that.
The
Instead of
reception
like that.
is different left-handed than it is right-handed.
That
Right-handed has a little bit
drives
slighter
me
advantage.
Crazy, man. When I see you doing this, that drives me nuts, man.
What's that?
It just
Left-handed?
flabbergasted
Oh, like
so
that?
many people.
I
I've
don't
been
know
told
how
It's
you
supposed to go over the top.
Well, I guess it's this way for you.
Wait,
Or do you
Yeah.
do it this way?
Yeah, my pinky is on the upside.
This way?
That's the up line.
yeah.
No. Left-handed comes over the top.
He hooks his lines up backwards and he flies sideways.
No, my lines are not hooked up backwards. My
Is it-
lanyard's just on the wrong side.
Isn't your up line on your pinky?
Yeah.
We fly up line on our pointer finger.
Yeah. Right.
Flip the lines and
Up is
fly.
up, down is, up is down, down is up.
Hold on, Rusty. If this is your hand, your right hand,
Yeah.
up and down.
No.
Correct.
Are you turning your hand to the inside or to the outside?
I hold it straight out in front of me like this. This is up. This is down.
You got to hold your hand up higher.
Okay. All right. How's that? All right.
Yeah.
So
When
this
you
is
try to
up.
come towards you, that's
This-
you're doing down.
You're backwards, Russ.
Yeah. Backwards. Yeah. Up.
He flies
Down.
backwards and with his
So,
hand
if I
flat.
translated to this would be down. This would be up.
You are
I don't.
ass
If people
back-
said left-handed, people were screwed up.
What?
So he's actually flying like a real plane, because on a real plane you pull the stick towards you to go up, right?
I am freaking.
People said left-handed people were screwed up with the way they fly. Look at that! Wow, that's
One at a time. One at a time.
If I picked up your handle and went like this, that would be down.
Yeah. Remember when you flew the Gladiator and I neglected to tell you that the handle was backwards?
And that is
Oh, shit.
for you.
Yeah.
You're crazy, dude. Why are you doing that?
Because when I was 12, I didn't read the instructions. I did what my dad told me to do.
Fix it. Change it.
Not now. Man, I got muscle memory from all those years.
So
I'm
now
not
you go
changing.
this way, and that's up, and that's down.
Why should I change?
Yeah, don't change. Just
The only thing I cannot do is train
Turn it this
somebody
way.
to fly.
Oh my God! That
And,
Rusty,
and,
I
and, and
never-
if I hand off the handle to somebody else, I got to make sure that they know which way to reach over and grab that bar.
yeah, because you got to grab the bottom.
That's
Right.
right. They need to come up underneath and grab my handle from me
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, dude!
Like, just tell him to hold the handle where he puts his thumb down. Hold the handle this way.
Crazy.
Then he's close to normal.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew you flew.
Try it that way.
I knew you flew this way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they were reversed.
Yeah, they are.
I'm just finding this out just now
Yeah.
for the first time.
Yeah,
I'm
Eagle
gonna say-
flies like this, I believe.
Rock and Rusty, you're crazy.
Well, when I watched him fly there last year, I'm like, is your handle your down line on the other side? Is it backwards? He's like, this is up. I'm like, holy shit.
Wow.
When you rigged it up, I had to undo the lines and
Yeah.
Re-rig it.
Re-rig it.
Yeah.
I hooked it for him. I had it hooked up backwards.
Yeah.
I had a friend who flew like that, Rusty.
I'm not the only one. I've heard of other people that do it, and
some people in Canada did it that way too, and I don't understand why that was a trend.
When I flew in scale, there was a guy on the East Coast from the Garden State Circle Burners, and he actually flew scale that way. And he was a really high competitive scale flyer. His name was George Gatis. Have you ever looked up him? And they also made the field over there, the George Gatis Memorial at the Garden State Circle Burners in Fairfield. But he flew that way, that down was up was down. And he flew scale that way. And he actually was trying to teach people how to fly, and he set the handle up that way, and the person took the plane and locked it right into the ground.
Yeah.
He with somebody else, he set it up backwards like it was set up for him, and it didn't work for anybody else that knew up was up and down was down.
Rusty, are your half A's the same way?
Yeah. Yeah. I fly them in my fingertips and fly just like that, up, down. Or it would be up, down.
Wow. Nuts, dude. I've never heard of that ever. And I didn't know you flew that way.
Oh, I thought you did.
No. I knew you had the sideways thing going, but I never knew that they were backwards. Because I know a lot of people for inverted flight, you know, right?
Yeah, they turn over the other way or something.
Turn over the other way, and if you get in trouble, you just stop, and then the plane goes and it applies down and it comes around.
Yeah,
you know,
doesn't work that way for me though. I've had people tell me it's not possible to fly that way. That it'll just that I'll just crash it if I try to fly that way. But that's the way I fly.
Have you ever tried the other way?
Yeah,
I don't want to say the correct way.
The times I've tried, you know, back when I lost the feeling in this hand, I was letting the handle slip out sometimes. And when I caught it with the twister and put it back in my hand, I put it back in upside down and immediately put it in the ground.
Well, how long have you been flying that way?
What? How long have I been flying that way? Is that what you said?
How long have you been flying that way?
I've been flying that way since I was 12.
You don't even bother changing now. You ain't changing that. That mold is already set. You ain't changing that mold.
I never flew until I was about 55 years old. I tried.
Mike, doing that since you were 12, you ain't changing. It'd be too hard and too confusing to try to change that. You're gonna.
Oh yeah.
Unless he changes hands.
What works?
Unless he changes hands, maybe he can learn over again with his left hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I try a left-handed flying, I'm definitely going to try up, down.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, when you go inverted,
I can't close the pinky on this hand, so that would be kind of weird. But
well, we build you a custom handle. That's all.
Yeah.
Mike, now when you go inverted, you bring your hand over the top, or you keep it still up and down. You keep it straight up and down. You go over the top.
When I
go inverted.
Over inverted.
Yeah.
I'm a straight up and down guy all the way.
Inverted? Okay.
Everything. Doesn't matter. My hand and the handle is like this.
Okay. No, when I go into inverted flight, for my laps inverted, I come over the top.
My hand is right here, always.
And I lock it in. When I get back into the outside, I'm back. I'm right back up and down again.
Yeah, I don't change the position of my hand for inverted. I just know it's.
I don't turn my hand. I don't turn my hand. If I'm going to transition out inverted, boom. Like if that was a loop, and then I'm coming into another loop, then I'm giving down to level out. and that's how I fly my
Yeah.
laps. Right.
And when I'm flying inside loops, a lot of times I'll turn a little bit as I come around bottom like that, but that's all.
Now,
I've been doing that for years like that. I like it that way.
When I'm flying stunt, everything is straight up and down, like pointer finger up and then down. So everything is here.
Right.
When I'm flying stunt.
Yeah.
If I'm flying combat, that's another story. If I'm flying combat, I might bring it in down here and fly sideways like this. Flying combat, I'll turn my wrist around.
Yeah.
Depending on the opponent and which way I'm going.
Now I have a bad habit of flying down here, even when my plane's way up top, and I need to break that habit. I think I need to be more like where I can look up the lines.
I'll do that from out here to all the way in here to change the line length against my
right. Opponent. Yeah, to keep from getting cut.
That's 2 feet. That's at least 2. That's probably more like 2.5 feet.
Mike, can you fly
here? And then I might draw it in and fly in here and then bring it out depending on where it's at during a match.
Now, can you fly with your right hand in combat?
Not anymore because we have safety thong rule.
Oh, okay.
Once the safety thong rule came in, because used to be there was no thong, you could switch hands during a match.
Yeah, because Nick can fly with both hands.
Yeah, so can I.
You had to get untangled.
Sometimes you would, yeah. You would pass the handle to get untangled and stuff, but then they had so many flyaways, and it was a safety issue. Now there's a thong. You can't let the handle leave your hand.
Oh, okay.
You can't pass it back and forth anymore. But you can go from full arm extension to all the way in here, which, like I said, that's over 2 feet. And if you're flying a match, your opponent can't line up to cut your streamer. So it behooves you to be able to fly out here and do this.
You could have a long thong attached to your belt, with enough slack to where you can move anywhere you want to and switch hands.
No, you're not allowed to anymore. You can't switch hands anymore. It's not allowed in the rules. It's not allowed in the rules.
Hey, we got Chris from the UK just joined us.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Rusty, was there any YouTubers asking any questions in the last hour or so? Or?
Not really. There was one back when the chat box crashed for me, and it was John Skukulek, and he wanted to know what's a good way to take your first step into electric for stunt. And so we can address that. Still out there. Let me ask you that.
Brodak.
That was at 12:30, at 12:23. That was an hour and a half ago.
Just tell him Brodak. Just do a Brodak setup for your first one, and it's your easiest way. Dennis has everything figured out. And
yeah, that little Brodak plane that's already got everything you need.
Well, yeah, if you get the plane, he knows what motor, battery, all that. Dennis has it all figured. It makes it easy on your first one.
Yeah.
Your combo kit. That or RSM does the same thing. He has the motor,
Eric rule,
and all that, the kit, so he can do it too.
Or just don't do it and stay true to control line routes and run a Slimer glow engine.
Well, if you want to stay true to the routes, then you got to run ignition.
Well, okay, all right. Now we're splitting hairs, Steve.
Oh,
I know electric is the future, man. I know it is, but I'm hanging on, man.
Same here.
I don't think electric combat's going to work out too.
No, not in combat. Combat will always be
low. You're not going to have no electric combat.
You're not going to make an electric combat plane that will be as badass as a Nelson 36 for fast combat.
Yeah.
There ain't gonna be an electric
combat plane do that.
That's gonna go 130 miles an hour. It's just not gonna happen, man.
What was the first RC vehicle to stay true? It was an electric boat that Tesla made. So really, with RC, if you went back to the start, it would be electric.
Well, yeah, but listen, man, the performance, the durability, and it's just not there for combat, man.
No, it's not. You're not gonna get it for combat.
Now,
you're not gonna get it there. You listen, you can do that shit with stunt all day long. I think it has advantages in stunt. And even in RC, you know, even some of the big 3D guys are using electric motors for stuff.
Yeah.
But there's advantages and disadvantages to both, man. And, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
Are you saying you can't treat an RC engine as rough? I mean, you can't treat an electric engine as rough, pushing it into dirt and everything. Is that why it's not good for combat?
Yeah, it's not good for combat. The motor never stops, Rusty. They run.
Yeah.
When you hit dirt, an IC engine stops. An electric motor keeps going.
Yeah.
Even if the prop is broken off, an electric motor keeps going because there's no throttle on them. It's a time, so it runs set time. When you stuff it, the motor just goes blah, even if the prop's broken. And then you got lipo fires from the batteries.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And in combat, you're crashing shit all the time. You're having mid-airs and you're crashing all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a fun event for Warbird Combat that they're encouraging electric in, but it's a gentleman's combat.
Yeah.
Full blood, go for blood, let's go. You know what I mean? And that's fine. But even still, they're going to wreck some airplane. An airplane's going to crash. The motor's going to have a shaft run, and then there's going to be a lipo fire.
Well,
fine.
KR timer will stop with a prop strike. He's got that programmed in his. If you hit the prop, it shuts everything down.
That's in a stunt. That's in a stunt deal. The combat guys they don't have that technology. That prop strike shut the motor off.
Well, they could just use a KR timer on it and it would do it.
The KR governor from Eric Rule?
The timer.
Yeah.
It's built into the timer, so anything you hook it to with electric, it would automatically stop. But the big thing is that the battery, I mean, it weighs a lot to fly that long of a match at that kind of power. That airplane would weigh a ton.
It'll weigh a ton. And the other thing is, when the airplane crashes, the battery, no matter where it's mounted, takes out the airframe.
Yeah.
The weight of the battery just goes and takes out the airframe.
Yeah. Chris Perkins says he was impressed.
And those things start catching on fire.
Chris Perkins said he was really impressed with the speed of electric pylon racing. And pylons that's an impressive sport. They just extremely blindingly fast airplanes.
They are. I don't know if electric pylon is hitting 204 miles an hour though, like a Nelson 40 does. They might be. I'm not sure. But you know, Nelson 40, the premier event of pylon, they're going over 200 miles an hour.
You talking about RC pylon?
RC pylon.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going over 200.
Yeah, they're going over 200.
John Gibson flies that, Rusty.
Yeah.
Or he did. And over 200 miles an hour with a Nelson 40 IC engine.
Yeah, they
guys
they
might
were
be able to do that, but I don't know if they can run a full heat on a battery.
They did an exhibition of it over here, out here by Bennett Field where we fly, and the guys were hitting over 220 miles an hour with them.
With electric?
No.
Yeah, we had one guy that was clocked. He had an electric airplane, that would do over 200, but it didn't turn. You know, that was on a straight line. You know, he running around, and when it came down through, it was just so fast, it was unbelievable. But, you know, would it turn a pylon corner? Probably not. It was a swept wing little thing that was nothing but motor and battery.
That's what I'm saying. That, like, electrics can go that fast, but I don't think there's electric pylon planes that are going 200. It can run a heat, you know, fly a 2-minute heat and keep that speed up.
No, they shoot the straightaway. That's just about it.
Right. They dive them down and then they run the straightaway and they pull up. I mean, they haul ass. They go for sure.
It'll be a thing if this new battery technology that only the government has right now, if they let that out, then it'll probably be a game changer because they're trying to get it for cell phones because the batteries put out twice the power for the same size. Then you'd be really close on a lot of that stuff, you know. Instead of a 2.5-minute flight on electric on fast, they could go 5 minutes or whatever. But it's really battery technology that's got to go.
Now you try to use a 5-minute flight on a light, but that battery's heavy.
Right. The new ones are supposed to be half the weight with the same amount of energy. But only the military has that now.
I'll go kicking and screaming into electric motors for control line planes. I won't do it till I absolutely have to, you know?
Yeah. I tried it. I have fun with it to say I'm having fun with it for the day, but it's not something I'm going to say I'm out to compete with it. I'm not sold on it to compete with it. It just doesn't float my interest in my boat. It doesn't work for me 100% there.
Well, I'm a motorhead.
I want to flip a prop, and I want to get a backflip on my knuckle and get that ouch and go, God damn it, ow! And
me too. I'm a motorhead. It's in my blood.
Yeah, you know.
No, I want that noise. I got to hear that sound through it. And hear the break, and it makes my concentration and the timing. You got to hear it.
You do.
I fly my whole pattern, and I'm listening to the whole flight through it, and I'm listening to that engine break throughout the maneuver, knowing where my timing is, and go through your timing and so forth. I just have to hear that engine running. When I fly the electric, I'm like, yeah, it's going through, but is this right? And I'm always second guessing myself with the electric because it's too damn quiet. But I got that motor running, and I know what it's doing.
Huh?
Just a confidence thing.
I probably run about 30 motors a year on the bench. I fire mine up every year and then put it back in the damn
box again.
Out there down in the basement. But I don't know. I got 40, 50 motors, but I just
when I was playing with Half A, I used to run the engines in the shop all the time.
Yeah,
I've got to build a Norvell. I've got my best ones all taken apart because it was starting to seize up and cut off after the first 5 laps. And I think I need to polish the crank on it and see if it'll run better now. I'm not sure what was binding that engine up, but I got 2 engines now out of my 3 that were doing that.
I got all the way from a 049 to a 140. When I run a 20 some inch prop on down to what, 5 inch?
That's all.
Yeah.
That's 30%
when I get
airplane's pattern.
When I get the Hyper Viper built, I need to decide what I'm going to put in it. It'll be a big MiG. I could put the AME in it, but I don't want to take that off the Gladiator. Oh, there we go.
Dude, did you fly IMAC also?
No, I never did.
What is that, Mike?
There will never be anything electric that compares to a Nelson 36 fast combat engine. This engine will fly a fast combat plane at 130 miles an hour. There will never be any Electron motor that compares to the beauty of this ever.
Is there a 46 version of that same motor?
No, this is a Nelson 36. It's a combat motor, so it's made to run on a bladder, so it's got the square intake.
Yeah.
Henry Nelson also makes the Nelson 40 pylon motor, the airplanes that fly 200 miles an hour on the pylon planes. This is a combat motor. This is a fast combat motor. But Henry is also the guy that builds, takes the cases and all the stuff for the PA engines that Randy Smith manufactured.
Yeah.
The PAs were all Nelson casings.
The PA 40, the 50, the 61, the 65, the 75. Those are all Henry Nelson cases. And now this one's made to just go WFO all the time, 130 miles an hour on a combat plane. But Henry builds the cases for the PA motors, which are obviously they're different because they're stunt timed and the timing is different. Stunt motors. But there is never going to be an electric motor that can do what this does. I'm sorry. There never will be. There'll never be an electric motor that can keep up with this. The day that they say electric motors are allowed in fast combat is the day I stop flying fast combat.
Well, look at this here. You're flying with something like that, and you're cutting somebody else's streamer and so forth to that nature, and it's not taking any prop thrust out of you. You do that with an electric motor, it's gonna take the prop thrust down on it when it hits.
No, they're not even in the same class, man.
No, I'm just saying, you cut a streamer with the electric, and it takes it.
I don't.
It's gonna twitch it back. It's not gonna have the same hit.
I don't care if they're as fast or the same speed. It doesn't. It's not the same thing, because the event is made for IC motors. You got to know how to run one of these, how to set it up, how to prop it to make it fly for the event. You got to know how to set and tune this IC engine for the event. If they allowed electrics into this event, it would kill the event. It's not. Right. It's not. If you want to have an electric fast combat event, that's fine. Then have an electric fast combat event. Nobody would do it.
Well, that's the same thing they were having.
Nobody would do it. Fast combat is these motors.
That's the same thing they were saying about Classic, that a Classic was not designed to be an electric airplane. And
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think they should stick to the power plants of the era for the event.
Yeah. But yeah, and that's the way it was. And they said you're not supposed. And when I remember going to VSC when I first started going there, you were not allowed to fly electric. Electric was not to be in the event. Yeah. And I believe now you can fly an electric in the event in Classic. But Classic was designed, it had to be an IC engine, not electric, because electric was a newer era, not a Classic era.
Can you fly electric in Classic now?
No, I don't think so.
No,
can you?
You're not supposed to, but some events they are letting you. Some of the events they are letting you do that. At VSC they don't.
That's
at VSC they don't.
That's polluting the event. If you
sure.
ask,
that's the same thing with all-time stunt.
What they were saying is that what really kind of started polluting it was everybody started running the Aero Tiger engine. Now you can't get them anymore. If you have them, you get really good engine runs. So they're saying, you know, Classic were Fox, McCoy's. That's what you need to run. So we need to go back to what Classic really was. They weren't ball bearing PA motors, you know, from Randy Smith.
Yeah.
So then they allowed electrics in there because if you can't get an Aero Tiger, you're not going to win. So people are like, hey, I want to fly my electric. That's the only way I can compete with an Aero Tiger. So just all the arguments. I think they should have kept it to where you had to run the motors that were made in the years that the airplanes were made. You can run a 50 from 59 to whatever for classic. Whatever motors were made in them years, that should be the motors that you get to put on there.
Well, I agree that they shouldn't have made it electric. Electric was a whole new era to that point. They should at least kept it as an IC engine.
Yeah. I mean, they were doing the updated IC engines that were made in the years that the airplanes were made. You can run a 50 from 59. Something's going wrong here.
Yeah, we're hearing you twice. You're repeating yourself without talking.
Hang on, it should clear up in a minute. The YouTube page decided to refresh itself.
Oh.
I hope it's going to come back.
I agree with what you're saying, although those are hard to come by to that point. That's why I'm still saying it should have just stayed as you have to have an IC engine for classic, not allowing electric to it. But they're just opening up the rules for the entries.
That are limiting them to IC engines that you can still get.
You get few entries in it. You're going to limit the entries. So you got to look at. So you're looking at both sides of the coin, which is understandable too. But it makes defeated purpose on the event. Same thing like old time stunt, OTS and stuff like that. Electric was not involved with that.
Yeah, neither was Glow though. Back when old time stunt was around, it was
ignition. They were ignition, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go again. You know. So what do you think about that? But yeah, it's just I don't know. You need to make rules and stick with it or whatever.
The thing is that the more you stick to the rules, then you create more controversies and discouraging people, and then you crush the event from where it is already.
Yeah, I mean, one thing with old time, you run again, you get extra points.
What's that?
Flapless airplane, you get extra.
Yeah, you get extra points for flapless. You get extra points for your ignition.
Right. So
so they made a distinction in those events. How did because I wasn't around in PA, how did guys feel when electric airplanes first started showing up in Pampa, PA?
They didn't care because they weren't winning.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The technology wasn't there and stuff like that. You're crazy to do it. Nobody cared.
Right. The motors weren't good and the batteries didn't last long.
It was something like, oh wow, I got to see this, and it was just
now that
you see this. Wow, this is pretty cool. Something different.
Now that it's there, and it's contenders, how do they feel about it? The purists, I'm sure, were pissed off about it.
Yeah, you know.
Now it becomes now it looks like the coin becomes discouraging the other way. Now it's like, oh well, the top contenders are the ones who fly with electric, and then the other ones are these people running IC and they're loud and noisy and this and that. So,
but it's whatever the competition.
It changes the opinionated person.
You know, the thing is, if you had a damn airplane that flew on turds and it won, everybody would be flying turd-powered airplanes. That's all there is to it. People go to win.
Right.
Whatever's winning.
Fly to win.
You know, there's people that still like IC, but I mean, they haven't won a world championship in how many years now? But I think, didn't David win last year at the Nats?
Yep.
So they won the Nats, but you know, Paul Walker's won them so many times with electric. I mean, it's just a deal to where.
And they took electric and IC both to the world.
Yeah, well, I guess my question was, you know, when did electric really come to the forefront? And there must have been some like cutoff when electric first showed up on the scene and everyone was poo-pooing it, and then
in
it
the
was
50s or
accepted.
50s or 60s is when it first came out.
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking. In stunt, in F2B, in World Championships, and in stunt at the Nats. Obviously,
yeah, it was
the
probably
last
back
10,
in the 50s or 60s.
No, but the last 10 years has to be the dawn of electric stunt.
That's when they started winning and everything came, but they used to run the power down the two lines.
No, Steve, stop. Back up. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about lithium polymer batteries, brushless outrunner motors that were applied to control line stunt, which I'm talking about the last 10 years.
I think Falco.
Falco was before 10 years.
Yeah.
Falco was the one who came up with it in stunt.
Yeah. Falco was about the only one that flew it for a lot of years before. But he first started using outrunner motors, but they were using NiCad batteries and
yeah.
Okay, so you're
still with a super clown.
You're still too old. I'm talking about in full size, full fuselage stunt ships like the guys are using at the World Championships in the last 5 years.
He won.
Falco made a P-51 Mustang full with that. It's still flying now.
Yeah, same one, same airplane.
P-51 Mustang. He was the one who started with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you didn't say P-51 Mustang. You said Super Clown.
Yeah, well, originally, okay, let me correct this story. Originally, Falco came out and introduced electric to the control line, flying it in Middlesex, and he flew with a Super Clown with a metal halide battery. And he did that to that point. He was showing that off, and everybody's like, oh, wow, this is something pretty cool. In the meantime, he was building a P-51 Mustang that Bob Hunt had helped him work with, and made that for electric, and that's the one that looks like a taxi cab, that yellow one.
Yeah.
And he's still flying that one today. But he was the one who brought this into stunt.
Okay.
And that's going back, oh, shit, I'm here 9 years now, and that's 5 years, 15 years or more.
Okay, but I read a lot of threads about electric stunt in Pampa, specifically expert and open and electric planes. And I mean, if you just go back 6 years ago and read threads about electric airplanes in stunt, there's a lot of crazy threads and a lot of crazy ideas and some IC guys that are angry about it and not accepting of it. That's what I'm getting at.
Right. Once they started winning, then they cared. When Falco was flying it for 10 years and he didn't win, he flew an expert and everything, but he didn't win. It wasn't as good. He was crazy. Once they started winning, that's when they all cared. It wasn't.
Falco flew that airplane for 3 years and didn't win. Then all of a sudden he started placing with it. And then he started learning how to really trim that airplane out and trim the electric to work with it. And he made that plane fly as good as it does.
What was there ever any pushback to exclude electric flight from PA?
No.
No.
Not until he started winning.
Well, even when he started winning, was there anyone that said, "Hey, this doesn't fit the rules of the show"? You know, this is the big show, man. We're flying big IC motors in PA.
Not in Pampa or F2B. Not in Pampa or F2B or anything like that. No. In Pampa, they never excluded it, saying it was electric and you can't fly it in there. You wanted to enter it, it was fine. In Pampa, you can enter whatever you had.
Yeah. And then at the World Championships, they started doing better, but they still weren't winning everything. You know, and then once Walker started flying it, Igor, nobody could beat him then. Then it was the deal to where this ain't fair. They went beyond.
So there was a point where when they started winning, someone said, hey, it's an advantage.
Right.
And they're winning because their system is better than ours.
Right. When
and
everybody
some people bitched about it and said, hey, this is unfair.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting to. That was the whole point of my long
well, you're talking way before Igor. You're talking way before Igor even came out with his system.
Yeah.
When it was just a straight, almost like a straight two system. It was a 1-speed deal.
Yeah, Will Huber and stuff, started doing it, and
the Human timer was just a straight 1-speed timer.
Yeah, but that really changed a lot of stuff. Just that timer.
Yeah. That's what I started with using was the Human timer.
The big thing is that it was on the time, especially in the World Championships. You only get 7 minutes. And with the timer, nobody ever goes over.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, at the World Championships, they know you got electric, you raise your hand, they don't even time you. They know you're not going over.
Right.
So people said that was fair. But you can put a timer on a IC engine if you want. Cut it off after 5 minutes or 5.5 minutes.
In F2B.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only thing. The timer did the whole advantage because you didn't have an issue of having trouble starting it, like we were talking about earlier about a bad plug or anything. You have trouble starting and your overruns. So you have an upper hand advantage with all of that.
Walker started flying it. Igor.
Steve, turn your YouTube on, man.
I'm not on YouTube. I don't know why it's doing that. Still to where this ain't fair.
I'm hearing your conversation from 20 seconds ago. Well,
there was a point where when they started winning, someone said, hey, it's an advantage.
Right.
Now you're doing
Who is that, Rusty?
I got it fixed. The YouTube page keeps starting up by itself.
Okay.
I just stopped it again. So we're good.
All right. There we go. There we go.
Carry on.
Carry on. I forgot where we're at.
Yeah, so, I mean, and I don't know why you couldn't put a throttle on a IC airplane and run it with a Igor timer deal and work the throttle. You could use all that stuff, but it adds weight and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, my original question was I wanted to know about when electrics became really to the front of the show there in F2B and flying PA at the Nats and stuff like that. Like, because electrics are pretty new, and the battery thing is better and better and better all the time now that we have lipos. So the batteries are
getting better
10 years ago. But the timer thing is definitely
12 years already. When it started becoming competitive.
Well, Samantha, the first time we went to the Nats was in 2011. Walker was still flying Glow.
Okay. So
everybody
8 years.
Wasn't. That was when the first time we went to Brodax, first time we seen an electric airplane. I had no idea. And so since 2011, all this is really, 8 years.
Okay.
Just leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
How much has changed.
Well, and that was my other question with, how there was a lot of contentious talk about electric airplanes and how they fit in and is it fair against IC planes and how do we make rules on this and stuff like that, It
was the same thing when pipe motors came out.
It was. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Ours in RC pattern too. I mean, a buddy of mine. He was one of the first ones with a pipe motor on his RC airplane, and everybody's like, "This is an unfair advantage," and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, the pipe that's told
the rules probably hadn't kept up with the technology, though, right?
Right, and that's, I mean, when the pipe stuff came out, and I mean, that was like probably it all came from Speed and Pylon back in the day when they started piping them glow motors and really getting the speeds up. I mean, 60 size speed ships with pipes, they do over 200 miles an hour, you know, and they kept cutting back nitro, making the lines bigger so there's more drag to keep them under 200. Well, you know, then all that technology, everybody's like, wow, if we can do that with this, you know, we'll throw a pipe on this pattern ship.
Now you fly slower with more power.
Yeah. And then
the rules are always behind the technology, I think.
Yeah. And then they went with rear exhaust motors, which even gave you more power. You know, from side exhaust with pipes to a rear exhaust with pipes, you even got
that header muffler. You used to have that side header muffler like wrapped around.
Yeah, and then they came out with rear induction motors. You know, competition, just whatever wins, you know, people push to win, and there's always people arguing about it. But I know Bob Hunt was the first one to fly with a pipe, and everybody complained about that, but then everybody does it then.
Yeah, but so back to the crux of the point, I don't think electric fits in with the same intent of the rules and the competition that IC does. Because like in any other event, in speed, let's just say in speed, control line speed, you can't quantify an electric motor against an IC motor.
Yeah,
the speed's all about tuning your engine. What little tricks you could do to get the last little bit of horsepower out of it.
You can't put electrons in the same category as nitromethane, man. You just can't. You can't do it.
But you can in electric motors. I mean, I had friends that were into slot cars, and they wind their motors by hand.
I get all that.
Air and to get more speed out of it.
Let's put it into NASCAR. Let's just say NASCAR. Should an electric NASCAR be allowed on the same track as an internal combustion engine NASCAR?
No, it's not even about the same thing.
It's not.
No.
Yeah, if you look at Formula One, they're all hybrids now.
Well, I get that. I'm just saying I can see where guys that fly PA at the top level would have been upset about electric motors coming into the fray. And now we're talking about, you know, timers that so you don't get an overrun. And we're talking about guys building airplanes that they can power on, power off, power on, power off with accelerometers and shit like that. It's not the same class of airplane.
Right. That's what people said when they went to a pipe. It wasn't fair because the pipe powers on, powers off.
Yeah, but it's the same engine though. It's an internal combustion engine.
Right.
With an electric engine with some computer in there or some program. I don't care either way, Steve. I don't have a dog in this hunt. I'm splitting hairs here, and what I'm saying is, in any racing or competitive event, there should be classes for what you're doing. That's why I equated NASCAR to it. Like, they don't run electric cars in NASCAR. and maybe even in model airplanes, electrics shouldn't be allowed in the same category as IC engine.
If there were enough people flying control line, then we could divide it into different classes, but we just don't have enough people to divide up like that.
Yeah, the participation levels there, so they're looking for the entries, and they're just going to combine it to get the high qualified entries. Otherwise, you're going to kill the event.
And I'm not dogging electric control line. I'm not. I'm just saying they're not the same thing. There's definitely advantages.
That's not right. You made a valid point. Very true.
Well, I guess my big question was, when this stuff first started becoming mainstream in control line, was there a huge uproar over this stuff being allowed? Who fought for it? Who wanted to do it? And who said, no, we shouldn't allow it, you know?
And Pampa, nobody fought for it and said you couldn't do it or it wasn't allowed or anything to that. In Pampa, they just allowed it, and it got sophisticated and proven to be that it's being more sophisticated and getting more improved and working a lot better and advanced, and became something that became more of the competitive era. Other than that, nobody ever went against it saying you can't do it.
The only thing I can say about the electric is that I like is that you can just go out and buy it if you want it. I waited for 3 years for a Merlin 40 for Samantha. 3 years. But she had to compete using inferior stuff, waiting to get a motor. And I know other people did not wait that long. And all of a sudden, they have a motor. I'm like, how'd you get that? Well, I called up Randy and said I needed one. I've been on a list for 3 years. How in the hell did that work? But I can go buy any of these electric stuff right off the shelf. I don't have to beg, borrow, or steal to get top-rated equipment. You know what you went through trying to get PA motors.
Right.
So that's part of it right there.
No, well, that's the thing with Randy. His equipment is top notch. It's top of the line on it, but you do wait for it to get it.
Yeah.
Unless you're like Paul Walker or Dave Fitzgerald, right? They get it right.
That's what I'm saying. And the electric killed all of that.
Yeah.
You know, now they can't even, they got to get a pre-order of 100. But they caused the problem themselves.
Yeah.
And that's, that was the same thing when I was racing go-karts. To get a Yamaha motor, if you were just a regular racer, you could not get one.
Well, how often did you get in touch with Randy to keep asking him about how's your motor coming along and when are you getting it?
Shit, I don't know. Every time I seen him at a contest or whatever.
Yeah, when I ordered my 76 from him. I got the plane, and all of a sudden I called him up and said, how's my motor coming along? I called him up at least once or twice a month.
How long did it take you to get it?
About 8-9 months.
Oh. That's right.
I called him up constantly, and I said to him, listen, I have it. He said, well, I just got the motor in. Okay. Then I got the motor, and he sent that. I said, good, I can roll the crutch. So I was happy with that. And I turned around, I got that there, and I says, I need the header and the pipe. He says, let me see if I can get that for you. It took him another 3 months, and then finally I got the header. Then I waited another 6 months, and I finally got the pipe. So it was about a year, and I finally got the whole setup to it. But I kept.
Ridiculous.
What's that?
That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's great. I'll tell you what, it's great stuff. And everybody told me and said, you want something from Randy, you are going to wait, but it's the best thing you can get. He sells the best on the line when it comes to that, and that is the truth. His equipment is the best, but you will wait for it. I called him up at least 2 or 3 times a month.
I mean, to get
I think he got tired of hearing me, so I finally got a little quicker or something. I don't know, but I love the equipment.
A pipe. I built an oven. It cost me $400. so that I could get somebody to make me a pipe. And then I never got the pipe.
Wow.
Guys, I'm going to call it a night here.
Alrighty.
Right.
2:30, 2:34.
Right, nuts.
11:30 here.
Yeah,
so
here.
Well, we can.
This is the latest
stay
you've
on
ever
here
had on
while
the show.
Rusty leaves. You crazy fucker. Up, down.
Up, yeah, up, down.
That's funny.
Down,
Rusty, this is the latest you ever ran a show, right?
This is a great one.
And when I do down, I also use more elbow than I do with up. You know, so I have to stagger my lines to compensate for that.
Oh my God, you're killing me.
Hey guys, I'll see you guys later.
Take it easy, Charles. Good seeing you.
Like everybody would be different that way. Your down would just use a little elbow if you flew that way, because you can't bend your elbow like that.
All right, hey Rusty, kill the live chat, but I want to stay on here with Steve and.
Okay. Which Steve? Steve or Steven?
Yeah, both of you.
Oh, okay. I'll stay on for a few more minutes.
Yeah, because then when we're offline, we can.
Thanks for staying on late. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. All right, y'all give me a second to say goodbye to everybody, and that's all you YouTube guys. Thanks for hanging in there. There's seven YouTubers watching now. We appreciate the super chat donations tonight, and I finally accumulated enough and more to buy that chop saw I've been talking about for 20 years. So it's in the mail, and 2 years maybe. It's in the mail, and so thanks. And y'all come back Monday and tell me what you did this weekend. All you guys, y'all have at it. I'm just gonna kill this, but the hangout should stay. And fair winds, tight lines, and we'll see y'all next week. Good night.
For Monday.
Sure thing.